by spells and monsters.
Your move, your move!
Thousands of years have passed, and the world needs a new champion. Who will be crowned champion? We will know your name.
One of your stage hosts for this weekend, Kangas, but this time I am not alone, so let's introduce our other stage host.
That is right. I am Jackie Jing, and we are coming to you live from the Indianapolis Convention Center. Hundreds already here, thousands expected throughout the weekend. Okay, getting a little applause. Love that. Also today, the points playoffs. Top 16 already in their places, but only 2 make it to Worlds, Kangas.
And alongside them this weekend, we will have off-stream the last chance qualifiers for people trying to get into the NAWCQ over the weekend. So much Yu-Gi-Oh! Action ahead of us over the next 3 days, but the Duelists are ready to go. So let's throw it over to the casters to kick us off.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. It's so exciting to be here. I can't believe it's already been a year since the last North America World Championship qualifier. But again, we are here to find out which duelists are going to represent North America at the World Championship in Paris, France. I'm Billy Brake. This is Joe G. Orlando, and we're going to be with you all weekend. It is Friday, and you may be wondering, why are we here on a Friday? Normally, our live streams are only on Saturdays and Sundays, but this isn't just a pre-show. This is going to be the first opportunity we get to see some incredible dueling and see who's going to make it out and become the championship, to become one of the representatives at the World Championship.
I know these duelists over the course of the last year have been traveling all over the region, going to regionals, YCS events, accumulating points. We now have the top 16 duelists ready to fight it out for one of those 2 slots to the World Championship.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Joe. These are some of the best duelists from the past year that have put up the best results across the regionals and YCSs and the like. But only 2 of the 16 will make it to the World Championship. So let's go ahead and talk about the format that we're going to have here for the World qualifying point playoff. That's right. So it's going to be a single elimination, best 2 out of 3 games. Top 16 is going to have 45 minutes. Top 8 is going to get a little more time at 55 minutes, and then 55 minutes also for top 4. And we are going to have 2 top 4s because we are going to be featuring both of them to find out who is going to the World Championship. So it's actually going to be 4 rounds of dueling we're going to have here for the live stream. And yeah, these are players we've been watching. We've probably seen some of them in feature matches at YCSs throughout the past year, but yeah, they've been traveling so much. I qualified for the World's Qualifying Point Playoff back in 2017, and I had to go to regionals every single weekend. Back then it was only 2 people. Shout outs to, you know, my other former caster, still casting, but not here this weekend because he's out competing, Asala Watutanjige, but it's a challenge to even make it here. But there's a lot on the line, Joe. So go ahead and tell me about the prizes that they're going to be competing for here in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff.
So just making it into this tournament allows you to get a super rare YCS prize card, Another Verse Sularia, and VIP status for the WQP. So all participants have already earned that. However, though, there will be 2 duelists, our top 2, who will earn a second copy of that super rare YCS prize card, Another Verse Sularia, and then the prize that really all 16 of these duelists are going for this weekend. That is invite travel and accommodations to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship 2025 in Paris, France. Takes place in about a month or so.
That's right, Joe. And there we see Another Verse Solaria, that super rare prize card that all these players are going to walk away with, as you just pointed out. And they have a chance to get another copy of that. But the thing that's really on the line here, the goal for all these players is to make it to that World Championship in Paris, France. And what an exciting location. It's awesome to have the World Championship back in the EU territories.
I know, and that invite to the tournament, from this tournament specifically, has really yielded some pretty impressive results recently.
That's right. The past 2 years, the reigning world champion has come from this world's qualifying point playoff. We had Paulie Aronson 2 years ago. The other person who went, Steven Santoli, made top 8 at the World Championship. And then last year we had Ruben Piñaranda, who is our current Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion, and Jose Santiago Torres, who made top 4, only losing to Ruben. And Jose is back in it again this weekend.
I know last year he was able to make it to Worlds from this tournament, and he's back at it again, making another top 16 finish.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. I can't wait to see which one of these players is going to make it. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the players that we've been talking about that are going to be competing in this tournament. I mean, everyone knows Jeff Jones, one of the best to ever do it. It's going to be excellent, full of duelists that want to prove themselves and go to the World Championship. Clifton Land,
you might recognize him from some feature matches.
David Flores is an UDS champion.
Jonathan Wilkin.
Nope,
there's Jose.
We saw him last year. Is he going to make it out again? Logan Johnson was close last year. Logan Johnson was 5th, actually.
Well, he's ready to go to France.
Pack is always a fan favorite. I love Jim's dance there. Mario, he's won a YCS this past year and came in 2nd, I believe.
Logan Shepard.
Known for using Tenpai Dragon. All these excellent duels, but only 2 of them will be making it. Then there's our former NAWCQ World Champion from last year.
He's the defending one. He is
defending, yeah.
You're not former until you have him defended.
True, true. And of course, Lucas Sacco. Lucas Sacco, I want to take a minute to talk about. He has been all over the top cut this past year, getting a little further and further each time. I think he just made top 8 at the last YCS. And we're going to have to see which one of these players is going to be able to walk away with that invite to the World Championship. And like it being in France is so cool. What an awesome destination for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Yeah, I've never had the opportunity to go to France, but it's definitely on the bucket list.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's been something I've always wanted to do. I took French in high school. Bonjour, je m'appelle Billy. That's basically all I remember. But we'll have to see how much I can, brush up on my French in Paris, France this year for the World Championship. But we're going to find out very shortly who is going to be advancing on to that World Championship level. So stay tuned. We have our first feature match coming up very shortly for the top 16 of the world's qualifying point playoff. So don't go anywhere. We have a lot of dueling to get through this weekend. Stay tuned.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Duelists advance. The future of dueling begins here. Feel the flow and unleash your creativity with 100 new cards. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here at the 2025 NAWCQ here in Indianapolis, Indiana. This is an iconic city for Yu-Gi-Oh!, the trading card game as a whole. There's always been YCSs here, all sorts of tournaments, but it's our first NAWCQ here in Indianapolis.
I love Indianapolis. I mean, this is one of those cities where you would go almost for a full week just to enjoy not only the event itself, but the area. I've spent a lot of great weeks in the city.
Yeah, definitely, integral to the Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Lots of champions have been crowned here. But for the first time, we're going to crown an NAWCQ champion. But this is only Friday. We aren't even to the main event yet. This is... I can't call it a pre-show because this is the show. This is the tournament that has produced the last two world champions for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Paulie Aronson and Ruben Pinonranda. And now, is it going to do it again this year? One of these players will be going back to the top. So we're going to find out who the players are that are competing for that world championship competitor slot. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and find out who our players are. So we can see the players. Jeff is taking on Aditya. That's a pretty big matchup right off the beginning.
We have Clifton against Pakawat.
Yeah, lots of good ones. Gabriel's taking on Julian. Lucas against Nathan. Logan Johnson, I know he really wants to get back at it. He came in, lost in top 8, so one win away, or lost in top 4, one win away from making it to Worlds last year, and lost in top 8 of the NAWCQ last year. So twice he was one win away from going to the World Championship last year. He's definitely hungry to try and get back at it again, but he's going to be taking on John Wilkin, who is a decorated duelist in his own right.
Looked like there we had Jeremy versus David.
Yeah, lots of good matchups from the beginning. And since we are ready to start, let's not hold it back anymore. I'm going to go ahead and toss it to our host, and we're going to find out who our first feature match is here at the World's Qualifying Point Playoff.
Are you ready for the point playoff? I can't hear you. Oh my goodness, loving this crowd. Let's begin with the blue chair. We have hailing from Louisville, Kentucky, Clifton L. They have been playing for 13 years, and he wanted me to give a shout out to his wife, Kat. Aw, we love that. Now to the red chair. Hailing from New Brunswick, New Jersey, we have Pakawat P. They are a 3-time YCS champion. Are you ready for a duel? Let's go. Gonna hand it over to Billy Joe. Get it?
That's right. Thank you, Jackie. We're so excited to be here at the World's Qualifying Point Playoff, and we have two incredible duelists facing off right at the beginning. That's Clifton Land versus Pack. You've probably seen both of these players before. They've been in many top cuts. As Jackie mentioned, Pack is a 3-time YCS champion. Clifton hasn't stamped that champion ticket just quite yet, but this will be the one he really wants to get there because the World Championship is on the line. He has been part of the qualifying point playoff before, and he's going to be continuing to be trying to be one of those players that goes to Worlds. He does so well at all the regionals and YCSs, and his opponent is incredible in his own right.
One interesting thing you probably noticed from the graphics, we have a duelist here, Pakawat, that's brought Memento to the table. Now, Memento is one of those decks that's really powerful on its own right, but takes advantage of a lot of duelists who have yet to really understand the intricacies of the deck. Well, that's actually not an advantage he's going to have. Clifton is a player who's actually piloted Mementos to the top cut of YCS tournaments before.
Yeah, that's right. Clifton Land made the top cut with Memento, flying under the radar, I would say, in YCS Sacramento last year. And so he not only knows the deck well, he's known it for quite some time. And that, as you mentioned, one of the huge advantages of Memento is catching your opponents off guard, even though it's probably unlikely at this point because it has been a mainstay of the tournament scene for quite some time. It's one of the few decks that has really done well despite the dominance of Ryzeal and Malice ever since Crossover Breakers released. We even saw Pascal Manigat winning with Memento not too long ago at YCS Houston.
Yeah, it's always been able to sneak, maybe not sneak, but it's always been able to have 2 or 3 slots in every top cut. And in relation to maybe some of the other decks, that doesn't seem like as high a number. But the thing about Memento is it's really demonstrated that it can compete against some of those decks that really take up 30–40% of the field. So Pack taking it to this tournament here might be a little bit of a surprise if you kind of think about what type of decks you would want to take into a 16-person tournament. But Pack has actually been playing this deck for a while as well and understands the intricacies well enough and clearly is confident enough in this particular deck to play in such a high-stakes tournament.
Yeah, I think if you're Pack, the last person you want to play in the top 16 would be Clifton Land, because it is someone who understands that deck, as you mentioned earlier. But Clifton Land not bringing Memento here this weekend. He's going to be on the more popular deck that we're probably going to be one of the most represented decks in the room this weekend at the NAWCQ, and that's going to be the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck.
Yeah, so this is the deck that we've seen now for a while, and it's a deck that really leverages the ability of level 4 monsters to bridge into the ritual package, and then the ritual package able to kind of bridge into the level 4 monsters. It's really a meeting and a match made in heaven.
Yeah, definitely. If you have one engine, it gets you to the other. Doesn't really matter which one you start with, and that's why it has been so dominant. We saw Charlie Futch win the last YCS in Providence, Rhode Island, but since that YCS, a couple of new sets have come out in that time. Battles of Legend, Monster Mayhem came out along with Duelist Advanced just a week ago, and those have added some new cards to the decks a lot of players are using here. Maybe we'll see some Lunalight. That's the deck that I'm looking to see out of Duelist Advanced this weekend during the main event. But for the Mitsurugi Ryzeal strategy, it was something we were talking about before the match started, is the addition of Valon, the Super Psy Sky Blaster. This Xyz monster, just if it's sent to the graveyard, lets you destroy a spell or trap on the field, is huge for X Ryzeal.
Yeah, it gives, not that Extra Zeal needed any more leverage going second, but it just added this ability. For instance, if you're playing into Vanquish Souls, you can force out the Vanquish Soul trap card way more premature than maybe the Vanquish Soul Duelist would have wanted, just off the back of one single Extra Zeal. So it adds just another layer of versatility to a deck and to a strategy that really, quite frankly, has been maxing out on that already.
Definitely, and I love that you mentioned Vanquish Soul there, because that is another deck that has entered back into the metagame with the release of Duelist Advanced, because they got that new Vanquish Soul. Holly Sue is an incredible card, along with the field spell, which makes Mad Love a way to really start your turn, because you're able to get to the field spell, find more Vanquish Soul monsters, and then that field spell is going to let you set the trap from your deck as well. So Vanquish Soul is one of the strategies we're going to be looking out for here this weekend, thanks to Duelist Advance. Won't be in this feature match, but I can almost guarantee we'll have a feature match with Vanquish Soul during the main event.
And don't forget Vanquish Soul rocks. It adds almost its own version of Zeus to the extra deck.
The new rank 4?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. And I'm really a big fan of the art on that one. It almost looks like a Lyrilisk monster to me, because it has like that big head and like the wings. Really cool card.
One thing I will say about Pakawat's deck, if you look at it, he's definitely sort of metagaming for this specific tournament. I'm unsure if this is something that he's going to elect to do in the actual 2-day event that will be starting tomorrow, but he's actually main decking Mulchummy Meows. What are your thoughts on Meows right now?
Oh, it's an incredible card. I think it's a little bit better than Mulcharmy Perilia right now into a lot of the decks that you're going to be facing. Perilia, pretty incredible against Ryzeal, but if you're playing anything that's non-Ryzeal, I think Meows is going to be your go-to Mulcharmy, because you'll be able to summon from the graveyard a ton. It's something that happens in a lot of decks. Lunalight is pretty good against. Also, just Malice in general.
Course, yeah.
Everyone knows that Malice is one of the best decks of the format, but we're finally here. We're in game number 1, and it looks like Clifton's going to roll a 12. Pack's just going to roll 1 die to see if he can get a 6 on the die. He does not, and so Clifton is going to win the roll and start things off.
So it looks like he has at least one Mulcharmy, not the best going first. He has a copy of Ash Blossom. Looks like he might have at least one copy of Droll and Lockbird. So a couple hand interactions, but it does look like, because his hand is all monsters, that he had some type of starter in there, and he does in fact have a starter. It's a copy of Extraziel, and he'll be sending Eclipse to him.
Yeah, we just talked about this card and how incredible it is. Being able to start things off with just special summoning from the hand, still having your normal summon access, as well as getting that Eclipse Twins in the graveyard that you'll be able to attach to a Ryzeal Detonator later on in the turn. Now he's going to use the effect of Extraziel to add a different attribute Ryzeal monster from his deck to his hand. It's going to be a fire. It's going to go with Sword Ryzeal. We've seen this time and time again, and as you mentioned, the reason why this is so good with Mitsurugi is once you get to a rank 4, being able to go into King of the Feral Imps lets you access that other portion of your deck. Now the Sword Ryzeal is going to special summon. It's going to add Ice Ryzeal to the hand.
So this here is an opportunity for Pack if he's playing a card like Droll and Lockbird. Doesn't look like that's the case.
Yep. Now a normal summon of Ice Ryzeal is going to special summon Star Ryzeal from Granite, yeah.
Yeah, but not something that you'll actually see a lot of 3-ups this weekend.
So doesn't even go into duo drive here because he doesn't need it. Already has all the Rise Heal cards he needs. But we do see is that the Starlight, King of the Feral Imps out of Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem?
It does look like it may be.
Very pretty. It's a card that's needed a foil for a long time, and now in that foil rarity from Battles of Legend. Now the King of the Feral Imps, we're going to move on to get Saji on the field. Sanji's going to add Mitsurugi Ritual. Sanji was special summoned thanks to Habakiri. Mitsurugi Ritual, he's going to use the effect to summon from the hand to summon the Ame no Mitsurugi. Or Habakiri, sorry.
And what's interesting is when you use King of the Feral Imps earlier in the turn, you actually can keep the level 4 on the field because you can instead tribute off the King of the Feral Imps, which has already used its effect. So this is a way of actually establishing additional level 4. Sometimes if you just start Habakiri, you're sending the Saji immediately to the graveyard and tributing it off to get the effect to search a spell. When you open up with King of the Feral Imps like this earlier in the turn, you actually don't need to do that.
Yeah, and you see now that he has all this established. The Night Sword Serpent came back from the graveyard thanks to Mitsurugi Ritual, and now he's going into duo drive. You can see Cliftonland playing quickly. He knows this deck well. All these players are very well prepared for this tournament. And you're watching some of the best duelists to ever do it go at it here in this little mini tournament this weekend here on Friday to find out who's going to go to the World Championship. Now he's going to be able to use Mitsurugi Ritual's other effect to summon from the deck. You can do each one once per turn. And he's going to summon out Ame no Murakamo no Mitsurugi.
He's going to bring back the Habakiri.
And gets to add a copy of Mitsurugi Prayers from the deck to the hand. Everything's coming up Clifton Land here in game number 1. Pack with not having any interactions from the hand, but Memento can break boards pretty well. We'll have to see what he has working for him.
What's interesting is it looks like he went into this weekend electing to just play 9 Molcharmers as his hand interactions. We do not see any other hand interactions in his deck. So the fact that we've made it to this point, if you're a fan of Pack, don't expect something like Infinite Impermanence combined with Nibiru or anything like that. With the cross on field, that wouldn't necessarily work well either.
And that's probably why he opted to go for just like maybe some board breaking cards. But you mentioned Gallant Granite would be coming down this weekend sooner than I thought. It's coming down right now to add Nibiru. The Lunalight deck can do this as well.
Yeah, and what's interesting is in this deck, you can actually trigger the effects of your ritual monsters because they would get tributed. And then in the Lunalight deck, it actually combines well with Liger to maintain itself on the field while also just tributing all your opponent's cards because it's unaffected by anything that's not a Lunalight monster.
It's so cool.
So both of these, not that we're looking at Lunalight, but we have 2 decks both searching out a single copy of Nibiru that's not just an additional hand interaction, it's actually layered into what your engine is trying to do.
And we're really seeing a clinic here, why this deck is so good. Why players have gravitated toward it. When there's nothing interrupting you, you can really establish quite the incredible field, and Clifton Lane is doing just that here in game number 1. Now it looks like he's going to special summon Ice Rise Heal from the hand.
Yep, that Fuwalos is not likely to do anything in this particular game. So now it looks like he can go into another rank 4.
Another one? Does he need another one? What is this one going to be? Looks like a Dugaris.
Dugaris, yeah. I mean, at this point, might as well.
Kind of dig for some more interactions from the hand. Or is he going to summon back from the graveyard?
Looks like he's probably going to filter out, looking for some more hand interactions. Like second copy of Drill and Lockbird, and another copy of Prayers. Now he's going to activate Rise Heal Cross again. At this point, one of the beauties of a deck that can search out so many cards over the course of the turn, but then stagger the draws into the later portions of the turn, is that his deck is much more concentrated with those hand interactions that he's trying to dig towards. Cards like, he already had a copy of Ash Blossom, but if he did not already have a copy of Ash Blossom, he could be digging for a copy. It doesn't look like he has an Infinite Impermanence yet, but it does look like he has 3 in his deck, so he could be digging for cards like Infinite Impermanence, would add another layer of interaction to his field. And it looks like Clifton, though, is satisfied with this opening turn.
Yeah, I think you touched on something that's really important about all card games is thinning your deck out to be able to dig for the options that you really are looking for. Definitely some fundamentals there. But let's see how Pack is going to work his way through this board. He's going to start with a normal summon of Memento Anguish.
Which is, in a vacuum, basically the best one for you to open with. Here's a reason why he's playing 3 copies. It's going to now allow him to search his deck for Memento.
Let's see what he decides to grab right here. Looks like he is going to go with the combined creation from the deck. It's going to be a while till he can summon that one. Maybe the Anguish is more of like the bait. He already has like the cards he needs in the hand. Hopefully maybe he's trying to force out something like an infinite permanence. And that detonator has plenty of material. It has a material to detach to destroy something, and then another material to detach to destroy itself and summon it back with Eclipse Twins to get 2 more destruction effects.
Something cool actually is because he has Nibiru in hand, one of the things that you can do is actually time it so that when the Eclipse Twins activates, the detonator is actually in the graveyard already with the Nibiru, so that you can actually make it so that
It comes
post
back.
Nibiru, the Eclipse Twins brings back the detonator.
That's cool. All right, we got the horsey coming down. That's right. I'll take a shot at it. It's Tatsuno Toshigo.
Yeah, Tatsuno Tushiko, I think is the pronunciation. The fact that he didn't search that off of the Anguish kind of indicated that this was already in his hand.
For sure. And it looks like Clifton may respond with a detonator going after the Anguish. Looks like Pack doesn't have a response. Yeah, Clifton still has the Raziel Cross online, a couple of set cards. He's going to have a board wipe available to him.
If you're a duelist at home, maybe who doesn't have a lot of experience against the Memento deck, if you're curious why it took Pack a little while there to fully resolve that, detonator is there's a lot of quick plays in his deck that he could activate. Bone Party, for instance, when something like an Anguish is targeted. So it looked like he was considering if he wanted to activate a quick play.
Detonator is going to use its effect again to target the horse, and then it's going to be chained with Memento Sheeply here from Pack.
So the reason there why he would target the seahorse, as many people would refer to it as, is it wants to make it so that it's not on the field to kind of recognize the leveling.
Makes a lot of sense. Looks like Clifton's going to be thinking he is going to activate the effect of Ame no Murakamo to force Pack to discard a card, or otherwise the effect will be negated. Oh, I see a really good card in Pack's hand. Okay, y'all can't see Pack's hand. I'm not going to spoil the fun, but this game is not over. I'm just going to tell you that much right now. Like, Pack has some plays to continue on through this turn. We're going to see how it's going to play out exactly. But definitely a surprise tech choice here in Pack's deck. A card that I really like, and there it is. It's the Super Polymerization. One of the strongest cards in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! At going second, clearing boards. Your opponent can't respond to it, so it ends the chain right where it starts. And that's probably why he grabbed the Combined Creation, because he knew he was going to need something decent to discard with that Super Polymerization, since the Combined Creation can be summoned from the graveyard back to the field later on in the turn.
So he has kind of 2 fusion effects now on this chain with the Super Polymerization. And then theoretically, if the Sleepy is able to hit the field after, he may be able to do it kind of post the resolution.
So he's going to fuse the Dugaris and the Duo Drive for a Mud Dragon. That's going to provide him with some targeting protection potentially. And he's going to resolve. The chain resolves. He's discarding the card from his hand for the Ame no Murakamo.
So now the question here is he going to negate with the cross? So he's going to negate the Sleepy with cross. So all the Super Polymerization makes it so that you can't respond to the effect. We have a big chain here. It's not just a 1-card chain, it's a multiple card chain. So you actually can still use the cross to negate that monster effect.
Kind of cool, like, because you normally think like Super Poly's the end all to be all, but no. Since it does do the negated resolution, that's kind of sweet. That's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is seeing like little interactions like that you might not have anticipated before. Really cool stuff. Now it looks like the Acheron is trying to be summoned back from the graveyard.
We have the Eclipse Twins, which is bringing back the Duo Drive.
Duo Drive on summon is going to attach a Raziel from the graveyard as a material. Hey, the Acheron is protected by targeting without having to change the Mud Dragon's attribute, right? Since they're both water. Kind of cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Super Polymerization. I think it is a really cool card. It's a great defensive option, and it's good at breaking boards. So, all around solid Yu-Gi-Oh card. In the right format.
Just you see, though, that Clifton has multiple copies of Ash Blossom. Not that he needs more than one. He still has the Nibiru. Pack knows that.
He's under Droll.
Yeah, so it's made a dent, but Clifton has just so much follow-up still. And now we see the field spell come down.
Looks like Clifton's going to think about this for a minute. He still has the prayers set, right?
Yep, prayers should theoretically be set. I think it's actually potentially 2 copies of prayers.
That would give him the opportunity to tribute off the Ame no Murakamo. And then when it summons itself back, it can destroy all monsters on Pack's side of the field. So he's going to want to time that perfectly. I mean, but Pack has pushed through quite a lot.
Yeah, timing destroying all your opponent's monsters can be tricky against mementos for sure. There are definitely some windows in there, but it's definitely a decision that could definitely go the wrong way.
All right, Pack is moving to the battle phase and trying to attack over the Galleon Granite with the Mud Dragon, or attack into it. Yeah, it's attack. I was like, Galleon Granite has more attack, right? Ah, but that will trigger the Minto Teclan.
Yeah, so now he's going to be able to special summon a memento with a lower level from his hand or graveyard. Should be interesting to note that any monster you control. So this card actually has 2 effects. Well, really 3 effects. But the first effect is if a memento battles, your opponent can activate spell or trap cards. That was not the case here because that was obviously a Mud Dragon. The second effect, which you would think would be leading from the first, because of this idea of being able to attack into your opponent's monsters that have higher attack, allows you to special summon a memento from your hand or graveyard, but it requires just any monster being destroyed. It doesn't have to be a memento, which is why you see here his ability to put Sleepy on the field.
Pack's getting closer to having the 6 mementos. Is he attacking in with Sleepy also?
It looks like it. Now this is going to let him send a memento card to the graveyard from his deck.
Okay, so you could
do a Foolish Burial-like effect, but
so
it's
any card, right?
It is
so
any
you could
card.
send
Yeah.
down Memento Fusion or...
Yeah, presumably Memento Fusion. I mean, you can send others, but that's certainly one that would have amongst the highest amount of utility here. You could send Bone Party. Doesn't necessarily have as much utility, though, in the graveyard.
Couldn't quite catch what he sent. His graveyard's fanned out kind of
Horizontally.
far. Yeah, where it reaches off the screen. Hopefully we can scoot that graveyard in a little bit so we can take a look at what's on top.
Okay, so I'm almost...
It has to be Memento Fusion or Bone Party? It could
So
be either one.
The fact that he reset it makes it so that I guess you could theoretically see that be Bone Party.
Yeah.
But it's not clear. We weren't able to see it. So we'll be one of the only people in the unknown. Clifton knows what it is. Pack knows what it is.
The people who need to know, know. All right, so it looks like Clifton is going to start off his turn with a Link Summon for Dynamundo.
I love Dynamundo.
It's a cool one for Ritual decks. The blue cards, but not those blue cards,
Yeah.
the other blue cards.
Just really quick, for those of you, again, who might not have as much of experience with Memento, you see Pack, who's really adept at playing this deck, understanding that he can basically cycle through his monsters to eventually put any of the spell and traps into his graveyard, knowing that his field spell would reset it during the end phase. So if you were wondering, why did he go through that sequence? And it does look like ultimately that was to put a Bone Party in the graveyard, but nevertheless, it's enough for Pack to scoop it up there, giving our first game here in the 16-person World Playoff Tournament.
Yep. Yeah, it was a good game, too. I mean, Clifton got to open up uninterrupted, had the starter. His hand was ideal if it has no interruption. Like, one starter plus a bunch of defensive cards in your hand is where you really want to be when you're going to be able to just do whatever you want, like as he did there. And we saw, Pack, you mentioned he has like some of like little charms in his deck, but more relying on board breakers like Super Poly. But when you face like a deck like Mitsurugi Raziel, sometimes just having one board breaker isn't enough. You're going to need those layers of interaction to really get through that impressive field.
If you're wondering if Pack was going to go first or second, not that it was really up for debate. He just took all 9 of his Mulcharmies, cycled them to the top of his deck, put them in a pile, and to the side deck he goes.
Hey, that is one of my favorite things about the Mulcharmies. They've made side decking so much easier. Oh, I'm going first. I won't be needing these cards anymore. Time to put in all my cards that are in my side deck for going second. Usually. But it's also kind of like warped like side decks to be this kind of thing where it used to be like you'd have some cards for going first, some cards for going second. But when you're going second nowadays, like it's hard to find cards that are better in slot than the Mulcharmies. So you're gonna, and there's 9 of them, right? So like that's gonna take up a significant portion of either your main deck or side deck. So a lot of your side deck cards are just mainly for going second.
Yeah, there's a few instances, like Perulia for An example, if you absolutely need to, is not the worst going first against Vanquished Souls because they could theoretically have Holy See. Now, it's not overwhelmingly likely, but you know, if your side deck is a little tight and you're looking at it and you're like, well, you have to keep one of these Molcharmies in my main deck going into game 2 or 3 against Vanquished Souls, that is the one that you would do.
Yeah, definitely. And I also like that, even you were talking to me earlier about going second against Vanquished Soul with Perulia. You want to like touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, I was hoping we'd see it, but I'll make a point again if we actually get it on the camera. If you open with double Perulia, there's some debate to just activating Perulia. Your Vanquished Soul opponent's going to make a smaller board, and then just holding that second Perulia for your own turn, opening up that turn with it, because now if your opponent wants to play on your turn, which they definitely want to do, they're going to let you draw a couple cards there. So instead of stymieing them on the opening turn and basically cycling your Perulia into a couple cards, you might make it so that you really apply the pressure on your turn, making it so that in the midst of you playing into their field, you draw 2 or 3 cards, which may be enough for you then to push over the top. So if you open double Perulia against Vanquished Soul, there's definitely some debate, depending on the rest of your hand, to do the kind of awkward thing that maybe we've not yet seen with the Molcharmies, which is one on your turn, one on mine.
Yeah, I really like that too, because especially with Perulia specifically, because you have to drop that one in advance before like the normal summon, before a card comes down from the hand. So if you have 2 and you just drop down 2, you're down to 3 cards in your hand. There's going to be a thought for your opponent to be like, maybe I just shouldn't summon. But holding the other one, I think, is a really good idea. And you know, Vanquished Soul, after getting a Vanquished Soul Holly Sue out of Duelist Advance, we're definitely see some of that deck this weekend. But for now, we're here in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. Top 16. It's a single elimination tournament. If Pac loses this game, he is eliminated. He is done for this. He'll be able to play again tomorrow at the NAWCQ, but his chance to go play for the TCG World Championship will be over. So he has to win this game going first. Now, Memento is a deck. Like we just saw what Clifton Land got to do going first with Mitsurugi Raziel, but Memento, they can make some pretty impressive boards and have some really long combos that can play through many of the disruptions from the hand.
Yes, I mean, this is a deck that has quite a lot of extenders. You know, even cards like Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, a card that slots so perfectly into this deck. Yeah, just enables this deck to push through so much.
Yeah, I love that there is a Goblin Memento, and so they have like incorporated some of the Goblin cards into the deck because you can get Memento Goblin. But let's find out if that will be happening here for Pac as we jump into game number 2. Quick handshake between the 2 respected duelists. And let's jump right into it.
He's got that single copy of Pot of Prosperity.
All right, going to start things off with Bone Party. Going to discard... Oh, the Memento. Yeah. That's the Trihorn Dragon Memento.
Yeah.
Don't see that one too often.
I was just about to say, I mean, it's not one you see all the time, but it's definitely a card that you see from time to time. It's an interesting inclusion. Kind of adds, if things are going well, another layer of disruption on top of and board breaking ability.
All right, so I think we saw him summon the Anguish, and then that was met by an Infinite Permanence, and then Pac chained the Goblin Biker Breakout to get the Anguish off the field, so it will resolve. He gets the Memento Goblin on the field and adds a Memento from the deck to the hand. So far, things looking good here for Pac. As I mentioned, Memento is one of those decks that can really play through a lot of disruption. They have lots of extenders, lots of ways to keep on going.
Yeah, so Goblin on its own allows you to destroy a Memento monster and then send 2 more Memento cards. Again, cards is important because the field spell lets you reset during the end phase with different names to the graveyard. And it on itself can actually destroy itself, as we just saw there, which is why the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout is such an important extender, because as long as you can get that Goblin effect off, even if it's the only monster on your field, it really fuels your graveyard there. It looks like you sent a copy of Gaddock, which is one of the cards you basically always send. Now, Gaddock is going to have an effect that allows him to special summon it.
From the graveyard.
From the graveyard. And then
Molcharmin Meows come down from Clifton.
And then target a Memento card in his graveyard and add it back to his hand. So it's a way, though, to basically filter into whatever Memento card that you need, because you can send the card you want to add back to your hand with Goblin as well. But yeah, Meow's a card that lines up pretty well here against Memento.
All right, so it looks like Pac is going to use Memento Fusion, going to put back 3 Memento monsters from the graveyard to summon the combined Creation King.
It's creating something, whether it's the grand one.
No, this is the king. He gets to send. This one reminds me of like Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon, right? You just get to send 3 Memento cards from your deck to the graveyard. An incredible effect.
I love how its effect is worded in such a way too, where you can do it going first. You know, it kind of has that additional bonus, like, and then if you want to destroy some things, you can, but you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I also love that you send a copy of itself in order to get access to the field spell. It's just kind of an interesting quirk.
It's a really good card.
Yes, yes.
And I mean, I would say that is the reason why like Memento really got that extra push to become part of the meta. When that card came out, it really gave it that extra fusion monster they needed, along with the other fusion too, the Twin Dragon.
Twin Dragon, yeah. Huron is a card that's so important in the grind game. You know, this deck seemingly will never run out of resources because you're shuffling all of your guys back into the deck, but you're also relying on cards like a Huron from the graveyard being able to special summon itself back out whenever a Memento card is destroyed.
Yep. We're going to see how he's going to deal with his Meows. Will he give Clifton any cards? Or is he just going to try and look? Yeah, he's going to dig for maybe an interaction from the hand if he has any that he potentially kept in or sided in.
So one of the things about going first in sided games, a lot of duelists this weekend are going to elect to play cards, which we've seen for years now. You know, sometimes it's Dimensional Barrier, sometimes it's cards like Mistaken Arrest. I don't actually see any of those really high impact sided cards here out of Pack's deck. So this Pot of Prosperity is likely going to filter into something that is impactful, maybe Droplet, Stroll, Ash Blossom, but none of those cards that can really just single-handedly sway a duel in your favor in the post-sided game. So it'll be interesting to see what he selects off this Pot of Prosperity, knowing that he's not necessarily digging for something that's quite that impactful.
Yeah, I like that you touched on the big like blowout kind of cards, and what really like I think brought those to rise in popularity was the addition of Triple Tactics Thrust from Photon Hypernova. Lots of monster effects being activated from the hand and being able to use that useful to get it. But yeah, we do see Forbidden Droplet coming out the top.
And Ash Blossom. It's like just no droll. It's almost like I named one by one the cards that he could see off the top that he might get here as a point of interaction.
Yeah, definitely. Magician, so said, so appears. Now let's see if he decides. Oh, looks like he's thinking about taking the Dark Blade.
Okay. Well, he did open this turn with Bone Party. So if he thinks his play can be extended and he doesn't necessarily need the non-engine interactions because he's yet to normal summon, I think that's what he's going to double check here.
And not have to summon from the graveyard too many times.
Yeah, exactly.
Like maybe giving him one card isn't so bad.
What's interesting is Clifton's favorite card on the graphic to start this duel was Lone Fire Blossom. And whenever I think about Dark Blade, I always imagine it as Lone Fire Blossom. It can sometimes destroy spell or trap cards as well, but you know, the effect of sending it to the graveyard or tributing it or destroying it, depending on which card it is to summon from your deck, a myriad of options always reminds you of Lone Fire Blossom.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the first ones to do that and kind of sticks with you. I still, if there's a card that destroys a spell or trap, I'm like, oh yeah, that just MSTs it.
Yeah, just MSTs.
It's hard not to. Yeah, exactly. It's hard not to drop those iconic cards that we played with for so many years as the effects reiterate. But we see the Twin Dragon coming down and going to the graveyard to be able to add a couple of cards from the hand. He's going to add Gaddock and Combined Creation.
Now he's going to be able to, presumably if he wants to, have the ability to special summon from the graveyard. Basically any level because it was the Twin Dragon that was destroyed.
Gaddock has my favorite name because it's like the ghost in the. It's similar looking to the ghost in the attic, and it's just like all combined into one word.
Yes,
like Gaddock. I love that name.
I like it too.
It looks like Pack is considering summoning back from the graveyard. Oh, he's gonna
add it back to the
he's resolving the Gaddock.
Yeah, which was summoned back from the graveyard. It was summoned back from the graveyard off of the fusion, the dragon, which allows him to, well, off of the field spell because the dragon was sent to the graveyard, which lets him summon a lower level than the dragon, which is why Gaddock hit the field, which then added back to his hand.
Now we see him banishing a Memento Fusion to destroy his Gaddock to add another copy of Memento Clan Bone Party.
So setting up some interaction on his opponent's turn.
He gets a special. You're wondering, are these guys just coming down for free? The Trihorn Dragon can come down for free, and then the Combined Creation is going to have to put back 5 Memento monsters from the graveyard to the deck. And the Combined Creation has an effect. Your opponent like uses a card or an effect. You can special summon a Memento monster from, I'm pretty sure, your graveyard. So that'll be something he can do potentially.
So it ends here with he has both of the creations, whether it's the Creation King or the Combined Creation.
They're both there.
Yeah, they're both there. They are both indeed there. With the dragon. And that was 3 Meow's Imperm.
Ooh, Lightning Storm starting things off. Predicts Highland Pack did put 2 of his monsters in defense mode, so you can only imagine that Clifton will be going after those spells and trap cards.
But this is going to force out Memento Fusion and Foam Party, maybe perhaps way earlier than Pack would have wanted. This is definitely going to be a weekend where I think Lightning Storm and Harpy's Feather Duster Seed play. I think they line up really quite well. For instance,
into Malice and Ryzeal.
So they actually, so one, again, we talked about kind of destroying the Vanquish Soul trap card prematurely. That's a good opening play into that because it also deals with a field spell. It can also be pretty decent against Lunalight because it deals with the pendulum, the scale. So if you're able to clear the field,
only
which is
follow-up usually.
But that's sometimes a big deal. Sometimes the decks that we're looking at, you can invest all your resources into breaking the field, but then it's just their follow-up is just too overwhelming. So I actually think this is a weekend where those cards cycle back into a lot of people's side decks, which might not be a good thing if you're planning on playing some of those Odeon-themed strap card decks this weekend. But, you know, that's what the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. There are these ebbs and flows.
Yeah, and with the new Morganite cards in Duelist Advanced that just came out, Stun has actually made a surprising comeback into the metagame. It's not a deck you might not face, probably won't face, but it is definitely on the radar as a deck that you want to keep, you know, cards in your side deck ready to go for those decks that are trying to lock you out of the game with those continuous trap cards and such.
But it looks like we're going to go into Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon's going to kind of do its Psycho, where he can destroy a Memento, and then he can add 2 Mementos with different names from his deck to his hand. And he can also special summon a small Memento from his graveyard, level 6 or lower. What we're going to see here is probably trying to set up access to Mace, because he does control combined creation. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like that
Mace
is
and
indeed a
Anguish.
Yeah. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with Mace, Mace has a really interesting effect where, and if you're wondering what are some of the interactions, well, if your opponent controls combined creation, you can actually discard Mace and then take control of one face-up monster opponent controls until the end phase. It means we actually have multiple decks right now that kind of play on the opponent's turn in that way of taking their monsters.
Which is cool.
It's definitely a unique type of interaction. It's like 3 different decks that do something.
There's always like a new interaction that's like better than the last. Like, oh, non-targeting removal. That's a really good way to deal to your opponents. But then there's ways to get cards back from the banished graveyard. But when you take their monster, it's a little more steps that they're going to have to do to get that monster back on their side of the field.
No, it's like you destroy some monsters, and it's, in the grand scheme of things, not that big of a deal because it has a graveyard effect, or it's actually better in the graveyard for one reason or another. It can be specials on the back. But when you just take it, now your opponent's looking at it like, I have to like destroy. I have to go out of my way now to use their removal effect on that monster.
On my own monster.
On my own monster to actually unlock if it has a graveyard effect. So, you know, it's actually something that can matter here because if you plan on ritualing and tributing off from the field, it can actually be a pretty good chain link too, because it can just take that ritual and pull it onto your side of the field, which then again does that issue of, you know, this monster is not where I want it to be for the most ideal outcome.
All right, so we saw Habakiri summon Sanji. Sanji was in tribute off, and then added the mystery ritual. Now ritual is going to tribute off the Habakiri to summon the Ame no Murakamo. So no Ryzeal cards here from Clifton yet, just the Mitsurugi cards.
He's holding those Ryzeals at the end. You can see it looks like he has 2 copies of, I think it was Sword, it was hard to tell, but some of them look so similar. But here's the question. This is really going to put Pack to the test about whether or not he wants to use Mace.
All right, so it looks like Pack is going to use the effect of Creation King to take out the Ame no Murakamo along with itself. And he has to discard a card for the Ame no Murakamo effect that chained to the Creation King, so it resolves still. And we're looking at an empty board.
Yep, that is one way of dealing with Murakamo.
Pack just sitting with 2 cards in hand. He had to discard the Anguish that he added. Clifton wants a good look at Pack's graveyard. So he's choosing what he wants to add here, and he's going to add a Mitsurugi Prayers. Anguish is going to be special summon, and on special summon it's going to be able to add oh, never mind. Guess that's not happening.
So Clifton probably feels pretty good about this. He was able to whittle down that full board, kind of backed on the back of that Lightning Storm. Star isn't the best card to start with, but then if you combine it with Sword, you're right into your full combo. So Pack's probably not feeling great about the position that he's in.
Yeah, we're going to see if Clifton's going to find a way to put a lot of damage on the field. Yeah, I feel like Pack had a decent field, but that lightning storm that started off the turn really turned things back into Clifton's favor. Because I mean, Pack had to deal with the Imperm, the Meows into the lightning storm. It can be like one of those 1-2 punches. It's really strong when you're going second.
Yeah, if he didn't have that lightning storm and was able to sequence his fusion and his bone party in such a way where it just layered the interactions, I think he would have been in a much better position. You know, the decks going first that can layer their interactions. When I say layer their interactions, what I mean is if you make it so that there's these sequences during the turn where now you can use this trap card, now you can use this graveyard effect, now you can use this hand effect, now you can use this obvious on-field effect, it's really difficult because your opponent gets to time when they want to use all those interactions, and it can just be really overwhelming to deal with. But if you have one card like Lightning Storm, which deals with the fusion and the bone party, and make it so that the instances of interaction, the amount of times that Pack can actually interact go from, let's say, 4 to 2, it makes your turn much easier to navigate. So anytime that you can trade an interaction or trade down the number of interactions your opponent has, it can make breaking that board much easier. And it should be interesting to also point out, Clifton knows this matchup.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He knew Lightning Storm was an ideal side deck option in this particular effect, in this particular duel.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and just to mention the thing earlier with the Anguish, there was a PE minor given to Pack just for trying to use a Twin Dragon effect to summon back that Anguish when he wasn't able to. No harm, no foul. But yeah, I think you brought up a lot of incredible points. It's like minimizing the amount of interactions is like step one to your turn and breaking through your opponent's field. Definitely incredible insight there. We did see the duo drive here add, I believe, Ryzeal Cross and this Node Ryzeal as well. So we now see Clifton with another access. It looks like he's running some math. As soon as Clifton activated that Ryzeal Cross, Pack did chain his Memento Sleepy just to get a monster on the field, because I think his goal right now is survival.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not going to have many more in terms of interaction, but I don't know if survival is even going to be enough with how much Clifton will be able to have on the field. At minimum, a detonator when you're drawing the 2 cards in hand is pretty powerful. A detonator plus Ryzeal Cross.
Yeah, it's almost like a worse preemptive Tragodia that he just activated, where
a chop block.
Yeah, it's hard to even describe it. Now, granted, I mean, it has another effect for those of you again who might not be familiar with Memento cards. During the turn where a card was destroyed, you can quick effect summon him from hand, and then from that point forward, you have an on-field fusion summon. You know, the moment that he's normal or special summoned, you can conduct a fusion summon. So, you know, there are situations where summoning it on your opponent's turn is great, but just summoning it, I will not be fusing with it.
No, yeah,
he's just here to play defense.
Clifton knows the last card in Pack's hand too is that Memento Mace.
Exactly.
So he can just kind of relax.
But just to go back, I wonder how many duelists who are not as familiar with this strategy would have sided Lightning Storm in. Now, it's a good hedge if you're not familiar with your opponent's deck, but if you were just sitting there, not having a lot of experience with Memento and reading, oh, all these cards activate when they're destroyed, maybe I don't want to bring in this Lightning Storm. I could see a lot of players make that mistake when the reality is, as we saw there at the opening play, dealing with fusion and Bone Party preemptively. Big impact.
Yeah, it was huge. Definitely a huge side piece to even include it in the side deck, let alone knowing to put it in this matchup. But we do see this detonator coming down with plenty of materials.
3, 4.
Looks like he's going to draw for Ryzeal Cross.
So yeah, it's just double prayers now in the end.
Like I said, yeah, so he really didn't have much else but just go into a big detonator. And that's probably going to be enough with the cross combination there, but if anyone can find their way out of this position, it would be Pack in 2 set spell trap cards. Not something Pack wants to see. At least he knows he's not going to have to deal with an Ash Blossom, but oh, he's going to need a combination of cards here.
If you saw there, Clifton negated the Sleepy effect, the one that would allow him to send a Memento card from the deck to the graveyard. Clifton understands exactly what he needs to do to turn off. It might not seem like the most valuable cross negate, but it is one that he valued. He has 4 detaches off the detonator, plus the cross negate that still face up, so he valued detaching off the duo drive to make that
Okay,
choice.
so he does still have the 5 Memento monsters in the graveyard to be able to summon back the combined creation.
But he has nothing else in there, so that is exactly 5.
It's a big monster, though. It's got a lot of attack points.
That is true.
I think it's sitting at a cool 5K, right? 5,000? Is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a classic 5-5. But now we see...
That's more than Obelisk the Tormentor.
Oh. And only occasionally more than Slifer.
Occasionally. Slifer and Raw, they can get a little out of hand. All right, so we see the prayers, summoning back the Ame no Murakamo.
That destroys the combined creation. He has no mementos in his graveyard to summon, which is important. You go back to that previous turn, negating the Sleepy actually mattered quite a bit, because if Pac had an additional momentum in the graveyard, he could have changed his combined creation. His opponent activated a card effect to special summon a memento monster from his graveyard, which could have theoretically begun some type of sequence, knowing how many of those have important effects are destroyed, but it doesn't matter there.
No Typhon for Pac, no way to get a monster on the field, and he's going to be eliminated here. This is a single elimination tournament, but Clifton Land now just, what, top 8, top 4? 2 more wins away from punching his ticket to Paris, France for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship? It could be him.
I think he's quite thankful that he took some portion of the last year to master the memento strategy. It's one of those things, you go into the 16-person tournament, being a player that has familiarity across a wide range of decks is an enormous advantage, because he's unlikely to be surprised by anything that he faces this weekend. In some instances, he probably has direct familiarity with that deck.
Yeah, and I love that, because I mean that's something that Yu-Gi-Oh! Provides that a lot of people might overlook. And if you look at like the game in too small of like a view, you're not going to realize like the experience points you're gaining along the way. Like when Clifton played with Memento in Sacramento, he didn't get the win that he wanted. He topped and did well, but he could have looked at that like as a failure, like, oh, I played maybe the wrong deck, maybe this isn't what got me there. But if that little, maybe like a little piece of knowledge he gained about mementos from that moment carried over all the way to here in top 16 when he needs to get a win against a deck that he piloted back then, it all paid dividends to like know the strategy very well. Sure, it may have changed like between then and now just a little bit, but those experience points and the experiences from your former duels all can lead you up to like your ultimate prize or ultimate grand challenge, your eventual win later on down the line. You may not even realize it while it's happening.
So the deck lists will always change. That's always format dependent. But one thing that usually doesn't change is, why does this deck right now or historically win? And why does this deck right now and historically lose? Those things remain consistent. And it's not like we've seen any massive breakthroughs in terms of the type of cards that Mementos are playing. They're playing a lot of the cards that Pac played, or that Clifton played not too long ago. So because of that experience playing against Mementos and playing with Mementos months ago, he's mastered that strategy well enough to take advantage of it here. So as you mentioned, you never know that a match you had 4 months ago or a deck choice that you made months ago can actually prepare you for a moment when Memento might not be the most popular deck in the room, but a deck you could still absolutely face, and you put in those reps earlier mastering it.
Yeah, I mean, I always say the best way to learn a deck is to play it. I mean, it sounds so simple when you hear it out loud, but a lot of players, they try and like play their own deck and learn like all the matchups of how it like works and like, oh, this is how I play against this deck. These are the cards that are good against this deck. But if you actually play each deck and learn, it does take a lot of time and it is a lot of work and effort. But if you want to go to the World Championships, that's something you can consider and actually play with like everything. And as soon as you master a deck, you're also mastering how to beat that deck, because you can remember. It's a lot easier to remember what you lose to than what you've beat in the past.
And why you lost.
Yeah,
like,
and
ooh,
why
my opponent put me into this position.
Yep.
Now you know to put your opponent into that the same pressure that you had been put under when maybe this sequence happened or this was negated. You know exactly that sinking feeling in your stomach of like, oh, I'm going to lose now.
You never forget that. Yeah,
No.
I remember like a lot of my losses, but I couldn't even tell you how I won most of the time. Like, they always stick with you, and you just always learn from it. And that's the best way to get better as a player. And we have some of the best players competing here in the top 16 here on our day 0 at the NAWCQ. And if this match is anything to show what we have more to come, I'm excited. I can't wait. I love watching excellent duelists using like the top decks, and the World Qualifying Point Playoff is going to give us a lot of that. And you know, I wish we had some more rounds, but we do have our winner standing by with our host. So we're going to go ahead and toss it over and hear from Clifton Land and see how he's feeling after getting this first win in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff under his belt.
That is right. I am with Clifton moving on to the top 8. How are you feeling?
Great. I mean, that was a really rough top 16. Pack's a great player, but I'm glad I was able to pull it out.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously Paris on the line here. So why did you decide to use this deck?
I think it's the best deck for the event. It's just extremely consistent. I'm not doing anything super cute with it. Yeah, it's just, there's only 3 rounds in this tournament, so I didn't want to play anything like super spicy, but I did build my deck like pretty greedy just because there's only 3 rounds, so you don't have to like go a long time. You don't have to draw perfect every game, but yeah.
And obviously you have some comfortability with Memento. So when you saw Pac was playing that, what was running through your mind?
The first thing is I was like, thankfully it's not Malice, because that's what he's been playing a lot recently. But yeah, I love Memento, so as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, this is great because I play Memento a lot, so I know where to like interrupt it and things like that. So it made the matchup a little bit easier.
And some people find Memento challenging. Any tips for people watching at home?
It definitely is challenging. It's the hardest, definitely the hardest deck to play. Any tips? I would say probably as soon as you draw your opening hand, try to think of where you want to go with the entire turn before you just start jamming cards.
Okay, noted. So tell me, how are you feeling? You're getting closer to Worlds, excited, more nervous?
2 more Tool Worlds. I mean, I was nervous. I couldn't sleep last night, but I'm super excited to be here.
Oh, great. Do you have a game plan for the rest of the points playoff?
Win. Duh.
Okay, love that. And anything you want to say to your friends? I saw them snapping photos of you. They're all being so supportive.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all my friends and everybody. Shout out to my wife, Kat. She couldn't be here today, but yeah, just thank you for everyone for the support.
And if you go to Worlds, Kat is coming, correct?
For sure. It's Paris. I mean, come on.
Oh, I would love that. All right, Clifton, thank you so much. Gonna hand it back over to Billy Joe.
We're not Green Day, I promise you. But I do love the reference. Thank you, Jackie. But an incredible duel hearing from Clifton. He did mention how, knowing the deck definitely helped him out there. And I definitely feel for that nerves, not being able to sleep the night before. Because you're always like, oh, I want to get a good night's sleep. I'm in bed by like 10 p.m. I'm going to get a good 8 hours. And then the nerves are just there and you can't fall asleep. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Honestly,
No?
throughout my playing career, I always slept relatively well. It's just one of those things.
Cool,
but
calm, and collected?
see, the thing is, slept relatively well. By the time you're done settling on your deck list, it's 2:25 in the morning and you have to get up at 7. I mean, you're just so exhausted from flying across the country or driving across the country, making those last-minute decisions. I mean, many years ago, you could submit deck lists almost up into the moment of the event. It wasn't like that relatively late Friday registration and deck list submission deadline.
Takes a little bit of the pressure
Yeah, so
off.
then you would spend all Friday because you'd come to the event, you'd talk to friends, you'd say like, oh, I didn't realize that was a good card. I remember events, one comes to mind, actually, your first win, where people were talking about leeching the light that Friday to counter out the agents.
Everyone was looking
and
for
everyone
it.
was looking for it, and then you'd make those last-minute deck decisions, and then you'd end up staying till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and then finally go to sleep. So sleeping wasn't very difficult because by the time I finally put my deck away,
You were tired
it was
enough.
like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's definitely good to get a good night's sleep, but the Midwest Master, Clifton Land, busting out his title again that I gave him back many years ago. He's one of the best from the Midwest. I hope we get to see him at the World Championship, but he has 2 more rounds to win. We have another feature match coming up very shortly, so you're going to want to stick around. But before we go to a quick break, I want to talk about something awesome and upcoming. That's right, we have upcoming events. August 16th and the 17th, we have YCS Vancouver. On October 4th through 5th, it's YCS Anaheim. Don't forget about in September, YCS Peru. And then later on in October, we're also going to go back to LATAM for YCS Brazil. And then in November, we're going to Pittsburgh. It's going to be cold and it's going to be exciting. And in December, we're going to close the year out with the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, a Remote Duel YCS to finish out the year. If you're around for any of these or want to travel, you want to make sure to get on the live stream or have an opportunity to meet some of these excellent duelists, you're going to want to come check out one of these upcoming YCSs. But we have more of the world's qualifying point playoff coming on today. Before we even start the North America World Championship qualifier tomorrow, it's going to be a lot of exciting action all weekend. We're going to be here all weekend. I hope you're going to be here all weekend too. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our next feature match very shortly.
Sounds good.
We're good to go. All right. Good luck. No, stand by me.
Drop it.
Stand by me.
Yeah. Stand by, man. Chainlink 1 X, Chainlink 2 Valen, target this one. Think in. True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think in here. Three in hand?
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Stand by, please.
Sure. Sure.
Just effect.
Think in.
Pass. Counts the button.
Sure. Draw. Stand by, man. Normal summon effect.
Change second right.
No response. Battle phase?
Yep.
Okay. So at 13, this is at 27.
66.
Pass two.
This. Stand by, please. Push those on.
Sure. Sure.
Target chest.
Thinking.
That's fine.
Stand by, man.
Yeah.
Effect. Sure. Thinking here. Sorry, just thinking. Normal. I go battle.
Yeah.
Attack here. 7. Was that put you at?
39, I think.
6. 46. It's 39?
Yeah, that's the 39.
Main phase 2. Go ahead. Sure. Sure. Thank you. It's good. 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 That's good.
Sorry, my bad. I got the thing.
You're good. Thank you. Are you on through GW?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. The speed? Sure. Target's good, thank you. Yeah.
See, I'm not gonna do that.
I don't have to check, yeah. I just wanted to make sure you weren't locked. So you've used Chessie, Dormouse, Rabbit, Hair from Hand.
Yeah.
You have 2 in hand, both unknown?
Yeah. That. I mean, that's fine. Then,
Effect on summon or no?
Yeah.
Target.
It's
Yeah.
back.
Sure.
And then effect to set.
GW?
Not too.
Yeah.
Put that.
Sure.
That's 2K, right?
27.
27. And I. That's right. I drew off the
Yeah.
Jesse, so it's drawn.
5 in hand now?
Yeah. Let's just go.
Code? Oh, sure.
There's the dude, right?
Sure.
And then resolve. Let's close. Let's go. Cat. What's on this?
Sure.
Sorry, my bad.
You're good.
Sure, it doesn't matter. I kind of messed this up. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I know I'm playing this.
Sure.
I'm just going to go swing into it with this
Sure.
for 23, so I'm going to go ahead.
Take 18.
Okay.
18 over the screen.
Yep. Draw for turn.
Yeah.
So 18, 16.
Stand by man.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Okay. See my face? My face on? Like this up?
Sure.
What are you at?
62.
62. Okay.
Sure.
And I'm at what, sorry?
18.
18. Perfect.
Sure.
Now you're at
Just leave me.
Yeah. Scan. Oh. When you ash me, do you have another hand trap?
Yeah, I draw.
Okay.
And the hole. That's a nice.
I don't think we're on, are we?
Well, I think we're about to be. Oh.
So apparently it turns out that we were on the broadcast, and apparently we didn't have the audio for that, so we are so sorry for asking that question. But it looks like we are on, and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship qualifiers here, and it's honestly a good day, have to say.
Oh yeah, it is going to be so much fun. We just got done watching a beautiful match between Clifton Land and Pac. Amazing gameplay, and hopefully we have another one lined up for you guys in this points playoffs.
Yeah, and I have to say, this is just the best and the best and the best of the duelists, so have to say, the only problem is we only get to send 2 from this World Champion Points playoff to the World Championship. So let's take a look at a bracket update.
Yeah, see who's vying for that ever important one of 2 spots available. We've got Aditya defeating Jeff Jones in round 1 from a 1-2 comeback victory. Love to see it. As we saw earlier, we saw Clifton take down Pac 2-0, playing the Mitsurugi Raizal, I believe he was on. We also had Jib versus Julian end with Julian's victory. And then we had Nathan versus Lucas end in Nathan's victory. That is our first sort of 4 players in the top 8.
And actually, we're going to go ahead and throw to Kangas because I think it's time to duel. We'll have to tuck a look at the bracket later. So Kangas, back to the stage.
Thank you very much, Steven. And Steven, everybody give it up for your top 8 feature match. Up first in the blue chair from Los Angeles, California. He wants to shout out Prophecy Wiz, his friend, and remind you that he topped over 15 regionals to get his points today. James Markowitz. And his opponent today in the red chair, all the way from Montreal, Quebec. He wants to shout out his friends Marcus, G, Cam, and Nesh, and also shout out all of Montreal, Mario D'Amico. The duelists are ready on stage. Let's throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
All right, let's try this again. We got a great match for you again. It is going to be James versus Mario, and your eyes do not deceive you while they are both playing Ryzeal. Both duelists actually have a very different opinion from their deck list there, right? Mitsurugi on one side and Dododos on the other.
Oh yes, this will be a true battle of the sub-engines, Mitsurugi and Onomat. I wonder which one has the advantage. Obviously, we've seen time and time again the power of the Mitsurugi TCG exclusive here in North America, but Onomats, they get some new support in Duelist Advance, and they seem really potent at summoning rank 4s, which is what Ryzeal wants to do.
I think it's been really surprising for a lot of duelists that this is how the format is starting to shape up. We just got off of the Oceania WQP, where so many of the top 64 decks did have Ryzeal, Mitsurugi, and Onomat representation. But we get to see now a really neat treat because you kind of get to figure out which deck, if you had to pick one and take it out, which of these is going to win? Is it the Onomat with some of the interesting searchable capabilities they have? Is it the power of Mitsurugi that has been just doing numbers since it came out? It's going to be a heck of a duel for sure.
And as much as both these decks, you know, feature Ryzeal cards, the stuff that I think we'll be most interested in seeing if it has an impact are going to be these sub-engines as Mitsurugi and Onomat, which will be just really exciting. I believe we have James Markowitz playing the Mitsurugi. There you see him right there. And then on the other side, we have Mario playing the Onomat deck.
So this is going to be really interesting because we do have to get through just the names of these cards as we pass the Onomat cards. So apologies in advance as we try to count the correct number of Gaz, Does, Ubabas, and so on and so forth.
For me, it's like a rhythm thing, you know? If I said regular Dododo Warrior, all I need to do is add one more. So I go Do-Do-Do Warrior, and that's the new one from Duelist Advance.
Well, I promise to keep all my anime impressions to myself. We won't be maximizing our Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal vibes.
I promise no such thing. I will high-five the sky and feel the flow all day.
Okay. We got it. This is just such a treat, though. Some of the best and brightest duelists in the North American region who have been qualifying through regionals and OTS championships, etc., and they bring themselves here. And the caliber of play that you see is not just because these duelists are obviously comfortable on the featured match stage and comfortable with their cards, but you know these people, right? You can't go to a tournament after tournament after tournament like they have and not recognize some faces. So, you know, we got to see Clifton and Pack, you know, obviously an intense duel, but there were some smiles too.
I mean, you're totally right. If there's one way to describe the points playoffs, it is intense. I mean, just to contextualize all this for people at home, we have 16 of the best players in the world doing a single elimination tournament where they have to do, only 2 of them get to go to the World Championships, and the other have to try their luck in tomorrow's main event.
But that story has been told before. Because remember, if I recall correctly, that's how our previous champion Aditya made it, right? He didn't make it through the World's Qualifying Points playoff, but that might just be great practice because he went all the way through and finished strong. So any one of the duelists you see here today, we've seen it before. If they don't make it, man, they may just make it on Sunday.
And you can tell that's totally on what is Mario's and James's mind. They're thinking, how can I get to that 1 of 2 spot? All I need to do is win this duel and then win the next one, and I'm there.
Yeah, it's almost like the round structure of a local tournament. But man, if my locals look like this, I might be staying home.
If your locals ended with a flight to Paris, it'd be a different Saturday, I'll tell you that much.
Very packed house for sure, but it's like the duelists are just about ready to go here as they continue to shuffle. And again, you know, it's weird because obviously all these duelists have been up here before. But I probably think it feels just a little different when a ticket to Paris is on the line.
Sure. Like, basically everything you worked for this year to get that many points to qualify it has led to this. Like, you probably thought to yourself, oh yeah, I'll go to as many events as possible, do as well as I can, and then maybe I'll get here. But now you're in that future, you're in that reality, you're here, you're doing it, and if you're James and if you're Mario, you're like, time to put it all on the line.
Well, I think North America would be proud to have either of these 2 duelists representing them, but only one can advance in this single elimination round as we continue our WQP top 8 playoffs.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, too, to see, like I said, the way the matchup is going to shake out. I always think of Mitsurugi Ryzeal as one of the highest ceilings in the format. I mean, we saw Clifton. He was just basically summoning free monsters, essentially, against Pack in that first round, and just being able to do so much and have so many layered forms of interaction. But I haven't really seen the Onomat deck pilot that much with Ryzeal. I wonder if it increases the ceiling as much, or if it just adds to the overall consistency of the deck.
Well, you know, it's built to exceed. It's got some nice little techs and tools. I don't want to give away any of the surprises in the deck list, right? This is still a closed deck list tournament, but I think what you get differently out of the Onomat format is you're able to sort of fly low and still have some explosivity without getting tripped over like Troll and Lockbird. But I guess we're going to find out here in Game 1 at our WQP playoffs for the top 8.
Mario there's our red player on the right. James is our blue player there on the left. Onomat Ryzeal versus Mitsurugi Ryzeal. Zexal versus TCG exclusive.
Yeah. The anime versus the real world.
Ooh. Stakes have never been higher in this top 8.
Let's do high roll.
Yep. So they're rolling for high here. That is one's off the screen there, but I think it's a...
I have a 7.
It's a 7 for James. I believe they are rolling for high. And that's an 8. One bigger.
All right, well, let's see the power of high five in the sky. Hey, you invoked the anime references, so let's do it.
I love how my heart dropped a little bit because a dice was rolled. You know what I mean? Like, this is really important.
It's the most important dice roll, except the next one and the next one. I mean, there's only a few more between them and Paris, France. All right, laissez aller.
I would like to use Perulia.
Okay, so we're going to be starting off with a Perulia. I believe in the draw phase there was fired from James, just trying to dodge any shenanigans and make it really hard.
Ooh,
but there we see the
Call
Call
to the Grave.
That's going to be really huge because in a Ryzeal Automat deck, you summon from your hand quite a lot.
Certainly do, but there could be a Fawalos, maybe follow-up, but it doesn't look like that's being activated now. So Mario is going to go ahead and play that first card, Onomata Pyra.
Yep, we're going to be sending Node there for the cost. I believe this will just let him search for any of the names, whether it's Gagaga, Zubababa, Dododo, and I believe Go Go Go.
Yes.
Not sure if he has all those legal targets in deck, but we'll see.
Taking a look at the hand there and deciding which level 4 monsters. Some level 3s actually, level 6s too. They all modulate to be level 4 in the end. It looks like we are going to get level 6 Do Warrior. Counting that on my hand just to make sure.
Yeah, that's the one that can summon itself by sending, and then it becomes level 4 when it's in play.
And the second choice is going to be...
Gagaga Ganbara Knight, which is a really powerful going second tool. And on resolution of the Pyra, we see Droll and Lockbird coming down from James. Ooh, but this is in the main phase, so now we're going to be able to use that triple tactics talent that's in our hand and take a look.
That's huge. Look at that. It's just Star Ryzeal, Droll and Lockbird, and Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. I think you get rid of that, and there's not a lot of starting plays there left for his opponent, James.
So here we had the classic combo of, oh, Perulia, stop you. Be like, oh, stop the Perulia. Oh, Droll, stop you. Oh, punish you for playing Droll, using the powerful one of Triple Tactics talent that is in Mario's hand, and get rid of the powerful once per duel effect of Habakiri no Mitsurugi. Whew.
Definitely a good and strong start here, and I don't know how much James is going to be able to get started, but if we know Mitsurugi's powerful, one card, you just happen to draw another copy of Habakiri on your draw phase. That may be able to get you out of this.
Yes. Now, I think it is worth noting, too, that the only Ryzeal in James's hand was Star Ryzeal, which by themselves I don't believe does much besides get you access to a spell or trap card. So there we see the effect of Do Warrior, going to be sending another Do from the deck to the grave to summon itself. There we see Glove coming down. I believe it's called Dododo Dwarf Go 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 Glove.
Yep, it counts as both, actually. So we got an 1800 attack level 4 Dododo Warrior.
And the Glove has a really powerful graveyard effect to summon itself back.
It does. So basically an easy way to get Nixie's monster out, but doesn't rely on anything like Droll and Lockbird, locking them out of their ability to search through the deck. Just sending that to the grave and then special summoning them from the grave. You need some different cards for that to stop this combo.
Now, it is worth noting that we are under Droll and Lockbird, so while the Dododo has a powerful effect to let you, once it's detached, search for a Zubababa, you won't be able to do that. So maybe Mario might not go for the standard line and go for a more conservative one. But because if he doesn't have any Ryzeal cards in his hand, he won't be able to access the engine through Duo Drive and stuff like that because of the Droll and Lockbird. So I wonder where he can go just by using these cards. It'll be interesting to see how far he can go, because without access to any Ryzeal monsters, without Detonator, I'm not sure how much stymieing he could do, but there we see the classic number 41, Babushka, the Terribly Tired Tapir, coming down in defense mode. That was enough to say, Mario, your turn's over, but I saw your hand, James. Yours is probably over too.
I think that's a perfect option here because, having gotten rid of the Habakiri, unless it's hard drawn, there's not really a way out of that. And as we see, James just draws and passes.
Yeah, even if he drew a way to play through like the bad cards that were in his hand, he wouldn't be able to also play through Tapir as well.
It would be very difficult with mostly level 4 monsters that activate some effects on the field. But looks like play passing back over to Mario, detaching to keep the Babushka. See what he does next here. Obviously, he may need to turn to attack mode, but he has to decide whether or not he's going in right at this moment. And there should be another copy of Droll and Lockbird still in the hand, so you kind of have to keep that in the back of your mind. I'm still really playing the same turn here, but he's going in. Turn to attack mode.
And there we see the Gagaga Ganbara Knight coming down. This will be summoned by revealing a Gagaga monster from the extra deck. That is Gagaga Girl, which is a new card from Duelist Advance. basically acts as like a ultimate searcher for the entire deck,
oh,
essentially.
It's so good being able to search Onomato cards, being able to search Xyz cards.
Yeah, any
Xyz
card, yeah.
Yeah, and there's so many options there, so we'll see if that comes up later in the duel.
So this will now be able to summon itself, and then he has the option to use one of two effects. Either he can switch something from switch battle position, or he can summon a Gagaga from his hand. We're going to see, is that Zubaba Bancho?
It is Zubaba Bancho Gagaga Coat. Fine, nice. I slipped it in.
Normally that's the card you search off of your Do Warrior's effect when it's detached, but having it hard drawn in hand gives your Gunbara Knight a little bit of extra oomph, so that's pretty nice to see.
It's a really powerful tool of extension. It had a huge wave of play in Duel Links, basically like changed the format, and it's nice to see it back here and doing its best. So we are going to go ahead and bring back the Dwarf Go Glove, and we got 3 level 4 monsters.
We could do a lot of stuff here for Mario, but I think the only thing he's thinking about is how much damage we can do. We do know that James has another copy of Droll and Lockbird, so he's probably trying his best not to play into that if he can, and really save when he does that first/only search for the turn. Could be an important thing to think about.
Sorry? I special did with the Gunbara.
People are just asking questions about how the Bancho got played. It was specialed off the Gunbara Knight's effect. It's all one effect to reveal itself, reveal a Gagaga, summon itself, and then summon it, or switch the attack and defense. Sorry, switch from battle position.
Well, Duelist Advance was only legal as of last weekend, so Duelists still trying to come to terms with some of these cards, figure out the effects and whatnot, but it seems like Mario knows what he's doing. Gonna go ahead and perform an Xyz summon here for Ryzeal Duo Drive.
Yeah, he needs his Ryzeal engine. And you know what's better than searching one card? Searching
two.
Like, if Droll's gonna stop me, I may as well do it once. We did have the Node Ryzeal that was in the yard because of the earlier dump, and there we just see James offering the concession because he knows that that Duo Drive is going to lead to a nice Ryzeal summoning at least a detonator, and even if he doesn't lose the game that turn, he won't be able to break the board no matter what.
So kind of a rough start there for James. Doesn't mean he's down and out, but without an initial game plan, that triple tactics talent really stopped him dead cold.
Yeah, and when you're in a single elimination bracket like these two players are in, you don't want to play for the tie, you got to play for the win. So him maximizing the amount of time he has left to make sure he has Game 2 and Game 3 locked up is, I think, a really heads-up play from James.
Having 47 minutes left on the clock, they certainly have plenty of time. Only 3 minutes for side decking, obviously, but you got to think to yourself, most of the options you would have to combat Ryzeal, which has been popular, most of those probably are going to work against the Onomat deck.
Right, because it's essentially just an extra rank 4 toolbox that also has access to, like, really fun ways to utilize your materials.
Yeah, it's funny, we used to, as Ryzeal duelists, say, oh no, we lost a bunch of Ryzeal named cards. What are we going to replace them with? Well, some of the silliest names in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Yeah, and normally you see Ryzeal sort of supplemented with things like Mitsurugi, things that aren't Xyz archetypes, because Ryzeal is so good at doing the Xyz thing that you don't really need any extra help. But ever since our most recent FNL list, where a lot of the Ryzeal consistency kind of got cut down, pure Ryzeal has been really hard to make work. So having something like Onomat not only be that extra extension you need to increase your power ceiling, but also be a boost to your consistency is pretty cool.
Certainly gotten them this far in the tournament. Remember, we are in the second round of our single elimination top 16 here. So obviously it's worked so far. They haven't made any bad choices, but they've got to make some decent side deck options here work and hopefully draw into them at the right time.
Something that may be a little bit unfortunate if you're James' side is that you kind of didn't really get to see Mario play with most of his Onomat stuff. Yes, you saw what the cards did, but he only summoned Babuska and summoned Duo Drive. He didn't do any like non-Ryzeal shenanigans really, so it's kind of hard for you to play into anything. And Mario still has the surprise factor, I think, depending on what cards he has access to in his deck that you and I know about, but people at home and James do not know about.
Definitely some surprises. Now, they were sitting relatively close to one another, so maybe he did get to peek over the shoulder and be like, oh, no, okay, I know what I'm going to do against that. But I guess we'll have to find out here shortly. I think you're right, though, that we really didn't see any game plan. So it's very wide open what Mario intends to do in a game state where he's not sort of pre-locked his opponent out of doing anything in reply.
And, to be fair as well, Mario only knows that Mario does know that James is playing Mitsurugi Ryzeal because he saw the Habakiri off of his talent. And so I imagine he's more than well-versed enough to play against this matchup. And so I'm sure his siding pattern is already teched out for it. So not only is James not seeing how Mario plays with his main deck, he also now needs to contend with, how's he going to play with his side deck?
Well, looks like we are getting our headphones back in here on the judge side, so I imagine we are just about ready to go here.
Oh yeah, both players are all sided and ready. They're shuffling up. They know whatever their game plans are going to be, and hopefully they're good enough to win in this match.
Here comes the cut. Again, You've been here on the stage before, but it's a very different vibe when you are just a few rounds, just a few duels away from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. It's a dream for many duelists. And for somebody amidst our top 8 remaining duelists, they're really going to make it happen.
They can smell the baguettes right now.
Well, Mario up 1. James getting an opportunity to go first here. I think, you know, he'll be able to establish a pretty decent game plan. I'm just very curious to know what he intends to do sort of in advance to stop Mario here. How is he going to play?
Just trying to keep you off like as many bodies as possible. But like I said, the Automat deck is just really good at spamming bodies without using your normal summon. And then if your normal summon is Ice Ryzeal, you know, you can just go from there.
Yeah, well, here we're going to go from here. Game 2 of the top 8 WQP playoffs.
Like you said, I'm pretty sure James is going to opt to go first here, just establish as many interruptions and interactions as possible. That's what this deck wants to do. There could be some fun, like if he's left unfettered, popping off moments that we saw Clifton do earlier today, but we'll find out together.
Looks like no more Charmies here.
Starting out with prayers, and we are tributing, I believe that's Kusanagi.
That's fine.
This will allow him to search as well as...
Get a quick look at the hand there to get a great look, but we are going to go for Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi.
Yep, and then we're going to summon back the Kusanagi using the other prayers effect. Yep, and then on a new chain, because Kusanagi was tributed, we're going to bring back the prayers from the graveyard. Classic Mitsurugi shenanigans we've been seeing since Supreme Darkness last August.
Great stuff. So we are going to reveal Habakiri. I'm to special summon and tribute. And it looks like Mario's going to go ahead and let that go through.
There we see the Saji. Saji's going to be tributed because of Habakiri's other effect. This will let us search for, my assumption would be the Ritual spell card.
Seems like the last piece of the puzzle.
And then, did we have the extra Ritual monster in hand, or are we going to summon this Habakiri?
Only see one blue card there.
Yep, we're summoning from deck, so... Tributing the Habakiri that we had in hand. This will get us, I believe, the Murakumo. Yeah, this is all standard stuff here. And speaking of not using your normal summon, we haven't done that yet either
Yeah.
on the Mitsurugi side. All this has been off of 1 prayers plus Kusanagi tribute.
Both duelists so locked in. The energy here is almost a void as they're just so focused.
And Mario just letting all this happen, you know. He's just watching him go for all this. And there we see the trap card.
Really interesting. Okay, so we were wondering what kind of neat stuff that these duels would be pulling out.
Speaking of neat stuff, there we see that Star Ryzeal again coming down as our normal summon.
But it wasn't special summons. We're not going to see any cards set from the Ryzeal pool there, but we're going to go ahead and perform our first Xyz here. And it looks like that is going to be a Ryzeal Duo Drive. I saw Mario reach for his hand. Does he have something?
No, the Duo Drive will resolve, and we will get 2 searches for Ryzeal cards here. This is everything James wants. He has his full Mitsurugi engine online already, and now he's just tapping into his Ryzeal cards. All right, so there we see Sword coming down. That'll be the extra bit of extension that James needs to keep going after this, as well as the Cross, and that'll be the protection he needs once he gets his next Xyz monster online.
Only had a few summons there, but we don't have a material underneath Ryzeal Duo Drive to use Ryzeal Cross to negate any of the Primal Beings. That's going to be a little difficult.
Yeah, importantly, we did not have one in the graveyard to attach with Duo Drive, so we are 1 material short here to get the full protection. That's why we see James not putting the Cross down until he, you know, has something to attach with anyway.
X-Ryzeal, very powerful, has some new options out of Duelist Advance. None of them relevant here, but again, it's nice to see that this card is still doing numbers for all those Ryzeal fans.
So you see X being special from the hand, going to be sending from our extract to the graveyard Duo Drive.
Interesting, I guess just to have another material.
Yeah, it's just always good to have as many names as possible in the yard if you can. So there we see the Cross before we go to our Xyz summon. Nothing here. And then we see the ever-faithful Xyz summon into the man.
It's got to be Detonator.
The legend, the robot.
There it is.
Ryzeal Detonator. We're going to be attaching the Habakiri. That's cool. And then we're using the Cross's effect to put back 2 different names. Draw a card. Little mini Pot of Avarice for those watching at home.
Or like a very inexpensive jar of greed. Or jar of amber, excuse me. But here we are as he goes ahead and puts those 2 cards down. We'll see if that draw helped. It is another copy of Habakiri.
And because we used our Kusanagi earlier in the turn, we don't get to use the ritual spell twice. So that's why we probably weren't going to be doing much with that. But we're going to set, I believe, a prayers and the trap card guaranteed. So now it's Mario's turn.
So taking a look, thinking about what Mario's facing down, of course you have the 3 destructions from Detonator. You do have the ability to protect with Detonator as well. You have the Ame no Murakumo's effect in order to do that Magic Drain style of effect of saying, hey, you really want this card? I need to see 1 more card out of your hand.
That'll cost 1 more.
Yeah, that'll cost 1 more. The prices are a little different. And then the Purification set. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Don't forget the Raigeki-like effect of Murakumo too, because we have prayers set, I believe. But I don't think Mario knows that.
Oh, but he would because it was added back off the
Kusanagi.
Kusanagi.
He
Yes,
does know
yes.
that's prayers. Or he at least has an idea that it could be prayers.
Well, we're going to start here with a classic. Going to use X as Chain Link 1, and Mirror Logic Aggregators are going to attempt to negate. We're going to destroy the X, though.
Yeah, so we're chaining Link 3 Detonator to Aggregator to get rid of the X. And then we're going to cross the X on Resolution because that's what cross can do.
Got it.
So we still have 1 more Detonator pop, but that 1 card got rid of 2 materials off Detonator.
But if the Mirror Logic Aggregator resolved, then the Detonator's just sitting there
Negated.
shiny with materials, but doesn't do much.
Exactly. So we basically forced it out, but there we see Dododo Warrior coming down again, going to be sending another Dododo card from the deck to the grave to summon it out and make it a level 4.
So I think you're definitely right. We talked earlier about, like, what are you getting different out of all these Onomot cards? So Ryzeal doesn't have necessarily choke points, but there's some uncomfortable positions you can be in where you'll perform a normal summon of something like Sword because you don't control anything like the X Ryzeal being gone. But with the Dododo Warrior, make sure I counted that right, you do get those extra extension without having to burn up the normal summon just yet. So I think this is really, if you're doing an advertisement for like a Ryzeal Onomat deck, that's kind of like at least one of the selling points.
Yeah, you can just keep going, essentially, is like how this deck works. And then if you're just left unfettered, you can have that extra ceiling that all good Ryzeal Plus decks do. There we see the Murakumo's effect, forcing us to discard the Ryzeal Plasma Hole. That's a
Huge
fan favorite view.
Huge fan. So I'm glad that duelists are understanding how powerful this card is. You know, I've had so many experiences where, you know, you're able to just have the Ryzeal Xyz monsters, use it for the destruction, but that secondary effect of being able to perform an Xyz summon at a moment's notice, so good.
Yep, and there we see the prayers tributing the Murakumo, which will do a whole mess of things. So we're just gonna summon the Kusanagi, but we still tributed with the Murakumo, and so now on a new chain, the Murakumo will trigger. Yeah, so we're just summoning the Kusanagi to add back prayer. Oh, add back ritual, and then of course, as Chain Link 1, we'll have Murakumo to Raigeki the board.
Yeah, it's about to be raining destruction.
Purple raining. Oh, and we add the prayers as well. I totally forgot about that part. I always just think about the Raigeki part of the effect.
It is. This deck is very, very powerful, but it is facing against an even opponent here, so again, I have no guesses because we're still, you know, there's a possibility here that with this finally established board, James is able to bring it to a game 3, but then what?
I mean, we still have Purification plus Detonator, which is kind of a lot, but there we see Gagaga Ganbara Knight coming down. We're going to be revealing the Gagaga Girl, but are we going to use the effect to summon or the effect to switch battle positions? Because we can still summon the card no matter what, but we have to do one of those things as well.
There doesn't seem like there's anything where the numbers would be too interestingly different. Certainly you could switch the Detonator to defense mode if that's your concern.
Well, really, it's like if he has another monster to special, that's another 2 materials. And so I think that's what James is thinking about, is like, let's use Purification, tribute our Murakumo, and stop it from summoning, because I believe it is an activated effect and not a summoning condition to summon Ganbara Knight.
We are going to negate and destroy.
That's weird, because Purification does do that. Do we have any normal summons as Mario? We haven't used them yet, but Detonator might be able to stop any normal summon we have. Plus, who knows what kinds of non-engine James has in hand.
Imagine you drop this Ice Ryzeal right now. Yes!
I mean, of all normal
never
summons,
mind. No.
The Ash Blossom will say no to that.
Not playing any fan favorites here, just love seeing good Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Ice Ryzeal, perfect play. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, it has been cut out of a lot of lists. You know, I've been hearing at the local shops of various different things, but it looks like that was enough to get Mario to go ahead and concede this duel. So we are going to a game 3.
Yeah, he was just able to lock Mario down with all of his interruption. I mean, you saw right there, Mario just kind of like watched James play for a second and said, hey, you have all of it. Can I play through all of it? Maybe? Maybe. I'll try my best, and it wasn't enough.
Having that hidden in-archetype negation effect is just very powerful. And I don't believe the Mitsurugi Purification was known. I think it was...
No, it was.
We
searched.
So you just had to give it a shot, figure out when your opponent was going to activate it. So at least for his troubles, Mario does have more information. Knows exactly what, James may negate, may not negate, so...
And it was honestly pretty huge, too, because let's say we didn't know the rest of Mario's hand. Let's say he did have a monster he could summon off the Gunbar Knight. That would be 2 materials to go straight into an XZ summon. But because he Purification, he didn't get any of those materials, and he actually lost a normal summon or a potential card that he could play. And then we still had the Detonator pop, right? But if you just go summon Gunbar Knight, summon a level 4, go into a rank 4, force out the Detonator, and then you go normal summon Ice Ryzeal, obviously we had Ash Blossom, but if we didn't, that might have been enough to break the board from there. So.
It shows you that Ash Blossom is still a very valuable card. Obviously, in all the Vanquish Soul decks that we've seen around the tournament sphere, a fire monster is good to have. Some people are saying, it's a 1-for-1 trade. I'm opening myself up to triple tactics thrust and triple tactics talent. But that literally kept James in this match and shut Mario down. So I know it sounds very weird, but consider Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Maybe it's a good card. I don't know.
That's always a fun debate. Is like, is this a good Ash format? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it is. But it's like that's not the way I would phrase it. I would say this is a better Fuelos, Molcharmi, Perulia, Droll and Lockbird format than it is an Ash Blossom format, but there's no reason not to play that as well because you just have the room to do so.
Yeah, certainly lingering card effects can still get it.
And there are decks where, 1-for-1 interactions like that are still valuable, i.e. Lunalights from Duelist Advance. Let's just say you're going to wish you had your Imperms and your Ash Blossoms against that deck.
We haven't seen any Lunalight play. I'm very curious to see if today or tomorrow, a lot of people hyped out about new stuff in Duelist Advance, and I want to see it.
I have no doubt in my mind that it'll be here tomorrow. That deck is... pretty crazy. But talking about these decks a little bit, like I said, we did notice the extra extension that the automatic gave you. We didn't draw as many of our hard 1-ups that we probably normally do in automats. We were able to, if our Do-Do-Do combo went all the way through, get access to Ba-Ba-Ba Bancho, which would have been pretty cool. But we just shut down, and we were able to see the rest of it.
Yeah, the destiny of this duel is really going to be determined on whether or not James draws either Droll and Lockbird or Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the opening hand, because if he doesn't have anything to stop it, and Nibiru is either sort of pre-prepped for, right, a good line that basically stops or anticipates Nibiru, or he also doesn't draw that either, that's going to be basically Mario just getting to play and play and play, and we saw how good that was in our first featured match of the tournament with Clifton. Clifton showed so many Xyz monsters on the field, like a ridiculous amount of Xyz monsters.
Plus rituals, because why not?
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, I would say, too, what really is in James's favor right now is the Mitsurugi engine. The Mitsurugi engine by itself was what mainly stopped Mario's turn. Because as we saw, with one card, Mario was able to play through almost all the Ryzeal cards, the Detonator plus the Cross. And so, if it wasn't for those Mitsu cards, you might have just been able to break through no problem, no sweat. And so I think that's going to be Mario's biggest choke point if he's playing against James here, is going to be keeping him off that Mitsu stuff. The Ryzeal stuff, especially if you're already established, is nowhere near as scary as the Mitsu stuff.
Ryzeal certainly flies low, and it's weird, too, for one of the most popular and powerful decks of this year to say, no, Ryzeal just kind of sneaks under the radar.
It's just there.
But it is true that it just has a very different game plan. It almost reminds me of a kind of variant of Kashtira, and people are like, wait, what do you mean? The idea is with Kashtira, they're typically responding to things, and yes, they do it a little bit later since it's a trigger effect, but it's just one of those decks that establishes itself and takes the opponent out, but if the opponent's already gone, well, we'll see what happens here in the game 3.
Yep, and then we see Mario, I believe, proudly proclaiming he's going first as they draw their opening hands for what is the make-or-break game to get into the top 4. They basically need to win either this game and then the next match, and then
that's it
in the World Finals.
They're going to Paris. All right, so your move, Mario. Let's see what you got.
It looks like we're straight into main phase here. We're going to be activating 7 Tachyon. That's a really nice thing you can play in these more rank 4-oriented styles of Ryzeal decks. Like I said, we have the number 104 Masquerade being revealed here. But there we see the Ash Blossom. Now, we don't lose anything, though, which is nice.
That almost is a nice trade because you don't end up in any different position, right? You still have the same number of cards in your hand. You just didn't get to sort of sculpt your hand. But there's got to be some power in there somewhere. So Mario taking a look there, thinking about what he's going to do with this remaining 4 cards.
And in the age-old story of, like, if you're playing against Pure, maybe stopping that's not the best. But because we're playing against a mix, it might be better.
So the triple tactics thrust. Is he going to set a trap card? What kind of card would it be? A lot of different options this format, especially for this deck. I could imagine maybe different dimension ground. Perhaps you're doing something as easy as dimensional barrier. Call ritual, call it seeds.
like when you know you're going first, this could be like a side deck inclusion for Mario that we're seeing right now. So it could be literally anything. And then it will probably be, is that Gravedigger's Trap Hole?
Gravedigger Trap Hole. So he's running Plasma.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryzeal Plasma Hole and Gravedigger Trap Hole. I am
Trap Hole.
sussing out a Rafflesia, the Trap Tricks Rafflesia. He hasn't shown it, but it feels like, but that's so powerful.
Yeah.
You activate Habakiri, you're like, and they've already used it once per duel, so that's it.
Yeah, being able to stop Habakiri is, I think, the big thing for that.
And burning for 2,000 is also really, really good. Great effect damage there. That's it, though. He's going to slow down. All right.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier that usually when a non-pure Ryzeal deck opens with Tachyon, that usually screams a little bit of weakness in their hand. And because that was stopped, that was pretty rough. But there we see the prayers discarding the Habakiri. James knows this card's not doing anything. Let's just get rid of it right now, because if I try to use its effect, it'll just be stopped by Gravediggers. So first I need to out that before I can do anything else.
Now, this is definitely a use case for Valen, the new Skyblaster Musketeer, and we have seen that to get sent off of X Ryzeal. Certainly in other tournaments. Haven't seen it here yet, but it'd be a way to get it done.
So here we see the effect of Habakiri Chainlink 1 and Chainlink 2 of Aramasa to search for a monster. And then Habakiri will, I believe, also search for a card.
So Aramasa will add Murakumo,
so we see Murakumo, and then Habakiri will search for Ritual, get access to that spell card one way or the other, and because he's adding the Murakumo to his hand, he can just summon that rather than summoning it from the deck.
All right, we finally hit the main phase, even though so many cards have been played. Going to activate beautiful copy of Mitsurugi Ritual there, and here comes Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, tributing a
Kusanagi and Saji, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that would be huge amounts of pressure.
Or Night Sword Serpent.
Wow. Not everybody runs it, but man, is it good.
Ooh, we're about to see, I believe, what the kids call a pop-off right now if we're on James's side, because the one bad thing about that Gravedigger's Trap Hole is that it does give you a card in play, so if you had any Molcharmies, you couldn't use them.
I'd like to go Serpent Chainlink 1, Kusanagi Chainlink 2, targeting my Praise.
All right, so we're targeting Prayers to Kusanagi, Chainlink 2, Night Sword Serpent to summon itself, Chainlink 1.
Doesn't seem like we have any interactions. Mario pondering over his hand. Maybe he does have something that's just out of camera view.
Could be something like Ghost Spell, maybe? I'm not sure what he's waiting on here, because I'm not sure what else could stop a Chainlink 2 Kusanagi. Oh, no, did he go 2 Night Sword Serpent?
I believe he did, yeah, and it looks like we are gonna, just Xyz and a Ryzeal Duo Drive.
And then effect to detach here.
That's fine, he says. All right, so it looks like we're going to attach 2 materials and grab 2 Ryzeal cards from the deck.
So something that I think a lot of the top players do in James's position is they always ask themselves, what's in my opponent's hand? You know, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. What are they letting me do? What are they not letting me do? I think James has a very strong read now that Mario's hand is really weak. It's probably full of like a lot of interesting side deck options, or, you know, one-ups for Onomats or one-ups for the Ryzeal engine that just aren't doing anything without any of their cards. And so he just feels fully free just to pop off from here, because besides Nibiru, I don't think he's afraid of anything right now.
Star Ryzeal effect?
It looks like we are going to go ahead and do Ice Ryzeal special, and that's GG!
Because Star Ryzeal gets cross protects everything, and Mario's hand just is not strong enough, and then we'll have the damage as James.
That's all she wrote then for Mario, but James just doing an excellent job communicating clearly and just devastating through, showing that, well, looks like Mitsurugi won this match between Mitsurugi versus, of course, the Onomat deck. So I don't know if that's going to make people high-five in the sky a little less, but still, if the sky is cloudy, it may be kind of difficult, and the sky's always cloudy when Mitsurugi Ryzeal is around.
I'm just still always impressed the more I see the Mitsurugi deck play. It's one of the most amazing TCG archetypes ever released in my era of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I just can't wait to, I just love seeing it perform well. Even though I'm a big Zexal fan, if any deck is going to beat it, I'm glad it's Mitsurugi.
It's fair, it's fair. I mean, certainly if you're a Ryzeal fan, the Ryzeal's won, right? That's all I got to do. We can take out the Mitsurugi versus the Onomat deck conversation aside, but I do think we got to see a decent preview of some of the interesting stuff, and obviously Clifton was running some of that too, so I think that, don't worry Zexal fans, you'll have your day, you'll have your moment.
Yeah, I think it just speaks to like once you have like a deck as robust and as layered as Ryzeo, just throwing another powerful engine on top of it like the Tsurugi just increases your ceiling so much to where you can play through almost anything. Like he saw a Gravedigger's Trapple, a card that normally can shut down entire turns, and went, that's not enough.
That's not enough. Yeah, just was able to play through it, which shows you, and I really like this format for that reason, no one card is going to shut this whole show down. You have to really engage your opponent, meet them where they are. And there are some cards, I know somebody in the chat is saying, actually, Pheromone, if you went and you typed this, you'd be doing like, okay. But it's just true that like it's an interactive format where each of these trades back and forth really matter, and I think that showed that here.
Oh yeah, but big shout out to Mario as well, getting this far, being one of the top 16 World's Points players. Hopefully you have better luck in the main event starting tomorrow.
That is true. Like we said last time, Adichia, one of our competitors today, did not make it, and then went all the way around through the WQQ and was the #1 finisher. And certainly your playtest buddies are some of the best duelists in town. Why wouldn't you have great experiences? So Mario may make it soon.
Oh yeah, that's something interesting too about this top 16 sort of single elimination event that we're doing here is all these players know each other. They've been seeing each other on the circuit all year long. They probably even tested with some of them to get ready for this event. Maybe now they're playing against their friends and they have to like kick their friend out of being like, sorry bro, I'll have fun in Paris without you. And so it's like a fun dichotomy of, you know, emotions, storylines, and just overall skill that I think we're lucky to be a part of.
It really is. It really is. I think it's nice that certainly a friend may say, hey, do you want any like French copies of cards? But it'd be nicer to be the one asking your friend that. And so that's why every competitor is really in it to win it this weekend.
Do you have Europrints? I think they'll be fine.
Oh my goodness. This is one of those things where like every duel matters, and this is just a warm-up. We have 9 rounds of Swiss tomorrow for the WQQ and everything else beyond that. Like, this is day 0. It's not even day 1 yet.
I did feel a little bit of a heart murmur, you know, going, oh my god, this is a single elimination round that we're doing, and it's the first round I'm casting today. Insane. Speaking of insane, let's go ahead and throw over to the cast, to my boy Stephen Kangas, to see what our winner has to say.
Thank you very much. I'm here with James, winner of our top 8 feature match for the Points Players. Congratulations on the win, James.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I want to start off by talking about the deck that you decided to pilot here because you're still on the Ryzeo Mitsurugi. That was the big question coming into the event. Is this deck still viable? What made you want to choose this one?
For me, I just really like the going second ability. If you open a good hand, you could crack boards with just engine, and it was also a comfort pick since it's also just what I've been playing for the past 2 months or so.
And speaking of what you've been doing for the past 2 months, before coming up here, you mentioned how many regionals you've been going to, really grinding out to get the points to qualify for this playoffs. So I want to give you some time to reflect on the past year's work because you put a lot of effort into this points playoffs.
Yeah, I've been just playing constantly. I had to just play two YCSs and a bunch of regionals to get here.
So did you feel like that benefited you just putting all that time into the game leading into this tournament?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think just playing so much, it just allowed me to get in motion.
And we could see that on stage. It really felt like you knew the combos and how you wanted to approach that game. But you still have one more match ahead of you. If you're able to win that, you're booking a ticket to Worlds. So I want to talk about that. What would that mean for you to be able to say that you are a World Championship competitor?
I would just be so happy because that would just mean that the entire year's work has just paid off.
And again, a lot of work put into that. Congratulations, James, on the feature match win. Best of luck going into your next match. Send back to the casters.
You just love to see hard work paying off, you know? I'm a big basketball fan, and they talk a lot about rhythm and, like, being in rhythm. And we saw James playing. He was never out of rhythm. He was always in there, and there was nothing Mario could do to take him out of it.
No, I definitely like that rhythm comment because he mentioned the comfort pick, right? You're playing a deck. You know the deck's good. Don't listen to all the chatter out there. Every champion is their own person, and he made that decision for himself. I'm just going to play what I know, and it's working. It's definitely working. And speaking of working on a ticket to Paris, not everybody's going to go, but there's some cool stuff I hear that you can get from your official tournament stores.
That is right. During the time of August 30th to September 14th, there's going to be World Championship 2025 celebration events for Yu-Gi-Oh! Held at participating OTS stores in North, Central, and South America. Get awesome prize cards like Breaker the Magical Warrior, Mirror Force, and beautiful other things, and being a part of the World Championships even though you're not there in person.
No, it's certainly cool. I would definitely love to walk home with a copy of Force de Mille. And it's so neat to see, you know, the World Championship logo there in the 3 colors of the French flag. So certainly some neat stuff, and hopefully one of our listeners maybe walking home with that in August 30th to September 14th.
Having a proper French breaker sounds really fun to me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just a wild tournament so far, and we're only like halfway through. Can you believe it? Just day 0.
Just day 0. And I believe the next round we'll have for you guys is going to be the first top 4 match, which will be essentially a mini finals match. For that match will decide who's going to Worlds.
Yeah. So that's the thing. We're going to air both semifinals, which means we have to have 2 heart attacks to be like one of these people is going to make it and one of them isn't. And speaking of which, why don't we take a look at the bracket update here?
Yeah, just to update you guys, we have James versus Jeremy actually already decided because Jeremy was able to take down John W. We saw the match here between James and Mario finish up. We still have games between Julian and Nathan and Aditya, last year's NAWCQ winner, and Clifton, but currently Clifton is up 1-0.
Both great duelists. Aditya thinking maybe I can beat the curse and I could just make it here the easy way. I don't need 9 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow and I could just sleep in. And Clifton thinking the same thing. Both of those duelists are very well qualified, so we'll have to see. This bracket is stacked.
It is intense, is I believe the word we used earlier, and I think that is very correct.
Wow, so I can't believe that just in a couple of weeks, these duelists are going to have to pack their bags and actually get up there. But just a wild time to be, you know, in Duelist Advance and everything else going on. How are we going to do this? How are we going to survive this weekend?
By dueling.
By dueling. I like that answer.
That's all we can do.
Well, all we can do right now is go ahead and pause for just a brief moment, but do not go away. If you like that last duel, we got 2 incredible semifinals coming up for you. So again, don't go anywhere.
The Alliance Insight format as we know it is coming to an end as Duelists Advance rapidly approaches. Like most core sets, Duelists Advance comes with a bunch of new exciting cards to look forward to and, of course, a bunch of powerful support cards for existing archetypes. Today we're getting a cheeky little sneak peek at some of those cards, so let's get into it. Do us a favor though. Click this. Duelists Advance is a great set for Arc V fans as Lunalights get a big wave of support, including some very nice cards, man. Like, I can't decide where to start. How about a Perfume Searcher at last in the form of Lunalight Perfume Dancer? This level 6 fusion requiring 2 Lunalight monsters is going to be a key combo piece moving forward, as she has the effect. If this card is fusion summoned, you can add 1 Lunalight Perfume from your deck to your hand. That's already pretty good, but she gets even better than that because her next effect is you can target 1 other Lunalight card you control, return it to the hand or extra deck, then you can special summon 1 Lunalight monster from your hand. So Lunalight Tiger, being a non-hard once per turn, is a very good target to bounce to your hand. On top of all of that, she has a nice third effect, especially for going second. You can banish this card from your graveyard. This turn, all monsters your opponent controls lose attack equal to their original defense, and you can only use each effect once per turn. Like I said, key combo piece moving forward. She pretty much does everything the deck could ask for, and of course, there's plenty more where that came from. Say hello to Lunalight Gold Leo, our first secret rare of the video, a nice little main deck monster for Lunalights here, with the effect, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 Lunalight monster from your deck to your hand, except Lunalight Gold Leo, then discard 1 card. So not only are you able to search any of your Lunalight monsters, you're also able to trigger their graveyard effects by discarding them to the graveyard. Gold Leo also has the effect, if a Lunalight monster is sent to your graveyard while this card is in your monster zone, even during the damage step, you can target one of them, add it to your hand, and you can only use each effect once per turn. This compared really nicely with Kaleido Chick's effect to send a Lunalight monster from deck to graveyard as cost, and then Gold Leo can just add it from your graveyard back to your hand. So yeah, that's one main deck monster in Duelists Advance. The other main deck monster is Lunalight Silver Hound. This is a great target to discard off of the effect of Gold Leo because if this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon 1 Lunalight monster from your deck except Silver Hound. But of course, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except Lunalight monsters while you control that monster. Yeah, we don't want another Ryziel Duo Drive moment, you know? But yeah, Silver Hound has another trick up her sleeve, and that is when a spell or trap card or effect is activated on the field, Quick effect, you can banish this card and one Lunalight fusion monster from your graveyard, negate the activation. You can only use each effect once per turn. It might not get your play started on its own, but it's definitely a very strong option to have in the deck for some of your effects, so at least play one copy. The final main deck card we have here for Lunalights is Lunalight Masquerade, a continuous spell card. During your main phase, if this card was activated this turn, you can send one Lunalight monster from your deck to the graveyard. Okay, well that does just immediately get your plays going, so I think that's probably a 3 of in the deck. If you fusion summon a Lunalight monster, you can add one polymerization from your graveyard or banishment to your hand, then you can discard one card, and if you do once, if you fusion summon a Lunalight monster this turn, you can also banish monsters from your graveyard as material. So not only does it allow you to start your plays by dumping something like Silverhound to the graveyard, but it also allows you to continue with your fusion plays as well. Yeah, strong card. And then the deck also gets a new level 12 boss monster as well in the form of Lunalight Liger Dancer. Now you can tell she's a boss monster because she requires Lunalight Leo Dancer plus 3 Lunalight monsters, although you can just send Leo Dancer to the graveyard for a Kaleido Chicks effect and copy the name. Must be fusion summoned with the above fusion materials, unaffected by card effects except Lunalight cards, can make a second attack during each battle phase. Once per turn, quick effect, you can send one Lunalight monster from your extra deck to the graveyard, destroy all your opponent's special summoned monsters. 3800 attack, 3500 defense. Really just the cherry on top for a strong wave of support to the Lunalight deck. Next up, TCG has been cooking with the ritual mechanic recently in the form of Mitsurugi. Well, they've been cooking with the mechanic even more, and we now have a ritual monster that can ritual summon itself. This is Miracle Raven, a 0-scale pendulum ritual monster with the pendulum scale effect. Once per turn, during your main phase, you can ritual summon this card by attributing monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equal or exceed 1. And then its monster effect is you can ritual summon this card with Miracle Raven, of course, itself, must be ritual summoned. This ritual summoned card is unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. If you ritual summon exactly one ritual monster with a card effect that requires use of monsters, this card you control can be used as the entire tribute. If this card is tributed for a ritual summon, you can add one ritual monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. So a very interesting set of effects there, but it also comes paired with Readying of Rites, which is a normal spell card, and this kind of perfectly sets up the Miracle Raven because the effect is add one Fiend ritual monster from your deck to your hand, then if you added a Pendulum monster, you can special summon one Sacrificial Offering token, which is a Dark Fiend level 1. So the idea would be you start with this, you add Miracle Raven and summon the token, and then you scale the Miracle Raven and attribute the token to ritual summon out the Miracle Raven. Of course, while you control the token from Readying of Rites, you cannot special summon from the extra deck, and then it has an effect in the graveyard as well, and that is when your ritual monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can banish this card from your graveyard, draw one card, and you can only use each effect once per turn. But the ritual support doesn't stop there because we also have Ashlan U1000, which is a Link 2 Cyburst monster requiring 2 monsters with different types and attributes. If a ritual monster this card points to attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. You can only use each of the following effects of Ashlan U1000 once per turn. You can reveal one ritual monster in your hand, add one ritual monster with a different type and attribute from your deck to your hand, and if you ritual summon except you're in a damage step, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. That last effect is really nice, going second for almost any ritual deck. It allows you to help break your opponent's board, and any kind of consistency when it comes to ritual decks is very much appreciated. Next up, we have the third Morganite spell released into the game, Guilt Gripping Morganite. For the rest of this duel, apply the following effects. You cannot activate monster effects in the hand. You can normal summon level 5 or higher monsters without tributing. You do not pay life points to activate spell or trap cards. Yeah, Morganite Stun is starting to sound more and more like a very scary deck, but you can also banish this card from your graveyard, reveal one Morganite card in your hand, place the revealed card on the bottom of the deck, and then draw one card. This time though, the Morganite spell comes with a Morganite main deck monster. This is Morgana the Witch of Eyes, a level 4 dark spellcaster whose always treated as a Morganite card. She has a whole bunch of effects, starting off with when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can banish one Morganite spell from your graveyard, negate that attack, and there's no once per turn on that effect either, so if you have multiple Morganite spells in your graveyard, you can negate multiple attacks. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Morganite spell from your deck to your hand. Pretty good. Finally, if you have 3 or more Morganite spells with different names in your graveyard and or banishment, you can change the attack of all face-up monsters your opponent controls to 0 permanently. I'm excited to see what people cook up with these Morganite cards. They pair really nicely with the Dominus cards, so we could very well see a trap stun deck on the horizon. And now we get to some of the standalone cards in this set that don't really compare with anything else, starting off with Secretarian Dragon, a light level 8 dragon fusion requiring a dragon and a spellcaster monster, and this is ultra rare. This card loses 100 attack for each of your banished cards. While you control this fusion summoned card, your opponent cannot activate the effects of special summoned dragon or spellcaster monsters they control. On top of that, you can target one dragon and one spellcaster monster in your graveyard, special summon one, and if you do, place the other on the bottom of the deck. You can only use this effect once per turn. It's very similar to Mysterion the Dragon Crown, just with a very different effect. Also, oddly enough, you can easily fusion summon this in Blue Eyes using the Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragon's graveyard effect. I don't know if you should, but you can. And then the final card that we have today is in fact a secret rare, Gorgon of Zilophonia, a Link 3 reptile monster with the 3 upwards arrows. You don't see that too often. This monster just requires 2+ effect monsters, and the effect is you cannot summon or set monsters to a zone this card points to. Monsters this card points to cannot attack, also their activated effects are negated. So going first, you can just be very annoying with this card and essentially lock your opponent out of 3 of their zones, but also going second, you can just make this, and because the effect isn't activated, it can turn off a bunch of your opponent's end board monsters as well. On top of that, it gains attack equal to the total original attack of monsters this card points to, and it cannot be destroyed by battle or monster effect while it points to no monsters. This card is very strong, and I think is gonna definitely have to be played around going forward. If you're unable to put a Link monster in the extra monster zone to avoid this, then you can very easily get punished. The art is really cool though. So yeah, a bunch of sick cards coming in Duelists Advance, and we've barely even scratched the surface. Let me know what you're looking forward to most out of this set, and maybe I'll see you back tomorrow for some box openings.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Billy Brake. This is Joe G. Orlando, and we are here at the North America World Championship Qualifier. That's right, this weekend we are going to find out the 6 players from North America who are going to represent North America at the World Championship in Paris, France. But if you're wondering, why is it 6? I thought only 4 people got to go from the NAWCQ. Well, you would be right, but today is day 0. This is where we're having the world's qualifying point playoff. That's where the top 16 players who played in the most amount of tournaments, did the best at regionals and YCS, came here to play in a single elimination tournament. We've already had our top 16 and our top 8, and this is going to be our first top 4 match where the winner of this match will be going to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. I'm excited, Joe.
Yeah, we actually get to watch a player who we saw earlier today featured, who not only would be bringing himself to the championship, but also his wife. So I'm actually kind of partially rooting for.
Yeah, it's definitely excited to see these players go at it. And as you mentioned, kind of a little hint of what is to come and who we're going to see in our feature match. And yeah, it's going to be a really epic match. Because, I mean, how often do you get to watch a match that's going to send someone to the World Championship? Not often. There's only a handful of them every year, and that moment is almost here.
Yeah, one of the things to note about this particular just 16-person event is when we looked at the top 16 players, we saw Pack playing Memento.
Mm-hmm.
We saw 8 Duelists bring Ryziel variants and 7 Duelists bring Malice variants. So we see really concentration of those decks that you would anticipate seeing in an event of this size.
That's right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket of those 16 players that were competing in this tournament. We see a lot of fan favorites did fall there in that first round of top 16, but now we have Clifton Land taking on Julian and Jeremy against James in the other half of the bracket. 4 duelists remain. 2 of them will be going to the World Championship, guaranteed. The other 2, along with the other 12 players that competed alongside them, you know, not going to make it to the World Championship from this tournament, but they still have the NAWCQ main event that will be starting tomorrow morning.
One thing to note, Aditha was our North American World Champion, outright champion last year, who actually fell in this event just last year, but then went on to actually win the entire NAWCQ. So just because you lost in this particular 16-person event doesn't necessarily mean your weekend is over. As Aditha showed us last year, there's plenty more dueling this weekend.
Yeah, and we saw that here that Aditha got 2-0'd there from Clifton. You know, that's just sometimes how the cards fall. I mean, even though he is the reigning North America World Champion, as you mentioned, Clifton, you know, the Midwest Master.
Hasn't even lost a duel yet today.
Hasn't even lost a duel. And you could argue that he's had the hardest path so far that out of all these duels. I mean, they're all incredible duels. It's very hard to make this top 16 World's qualifying point playoff, but having to, you know, take on Pack in the first round and then the NAWCQ champion right after that, that's a tough road.
Yeah, that's a lot of championships between 2 rounds.
Definitely, but we're going to see if one of these players is going to make it. Well, they're guaranteed going to make it, but which one is going to make it to the World Championship? But I think we are ready to go ahead and meet our players. Not yet. They're still getting ready just a little bit. Don't want to get too ahead of. I'm just so excited. I want to see this next duel. I want to know who's going to the World Championship. But speaking of the World Championship, it's called the World Championship for a reason. There's players going from all around the country. We already have the Central America and South American players, you know, locked in, going to Worlds. And at the end of this month, the EU WCQ is going to be happening. So you're going to make sure, you know, it's just, July is such an incredible month. You don't just get one World Championship qualifier that you're going to be able to watch on the live stream. You're going to get another one with the EU WCQ just a few weeks away.
And then when the dust settles, you actually then get to sit down and watch the World Championship and also go to your local OTS and celebrate the World Championship that weekend as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the most exciting time of the year for all duelists, is just finding out who's going to World. This is kind of what you build to. I mean, winning YCS, playing in all the YCS throughout the year, incredible. It means a lot if you're able to, you know, establish that title. But when you look at the prizes, the first place prize for a YCS is a trip to this tournament. So this is where it all matters. This is where the dice will be rolled, the cards will be played. Let's go ahead and meet our players for our first feature match, and the winner of this will be going to the World Championship. So Jackie, go ahead and take it away.
How you doing, Indianapolis? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. How you doing? Are you ready for a top 4 duel? Let's go. I love the enthusiasm. We begin with our blue chair, hailing from Louisville, Kentucky. Let's welcome Clifton L to the stage. Also, they wanted me to shout out Through the Decades, their local OTS. Now to the red chair from Nice, France, we have Julian K. Come on through. And their favorite food is their grandma's gnocchi. Aw, we love that answer. Okay, gentlemen, only 2 go to Worlds. Only one of you will be going. How are you feeling right now? Any words for your opponent?
This is a pretty good final 2 to go for Worlds. So I'm just excited that we're both here.
Love the positivity. Okay, Julian?
I'm excited too, but I want you to know I'm going home, baby.
Oh, okay, I love it. Gentlemen, please go to your positions. I'm gonna hand it over to Billy Joe.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. We see 2 players ready to go out at Clifton. Always, the class act. Well-respected player, respects his opponent, loved to see it. And then his opponent, Julian, apparently from France originally, now resides here in the US of A, but looking to go home to the World Championship. And, he's on the strategy that we're definitely going to see this weekend. I don't know if we've seen it yet here today in the World's qualifying point playoff, but it's Malice. And as Joe mentioned, 8 Ryzeal variants, 7 Malice decks, along with that 1 Memento were the deck breakdowns for this top 16 playoff.
And then within those 8 Ryzeal, we had 5 playing the Mitsurugi package and then 3 playing the Anoma package.
Which is really interesting because, there's all those different variations with like the Fiendsmith, Pure Ryzeal, which has become less popular over the year, and so many other number of strategies you can use with Ryzeal, but Anoma and Mitsurugi seem to be the front runners for how to go with the Ryzeal strategy this weekend.
Yeah, anything that just synergizes with level 4s will inherently combine really well with Ryzeal.
Definitely. But let's talk about Malice. I mean, Malice is the deck that, has been around for a while, just as long as Ryzeal, but got a big power boost with Alliance Insight this year and has been probably the deck to beat up until, I think, the conclusion of YCS Providence, where we saw Charlie win with the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck, where I think a lot of people kind of took to that to be the deck to beat more so than Malice, but you still want to make sure you have those artifact Lancias ready to go. If you've been playing Master Duel, Malice just got introduced into Master Duel with Struggle Through Wonderland, that brand new pack. Really excellent. A lot of fun to play those Malice matches in Master Duel. I've been playing Malice with those artifact Lancias in the main deck. It's a lot of fun, and if you haven't checked out Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you should definitely go download the game because it's a dream. If you told me as a kid I'd have like a digital way to play Master Duel anywhere and everywhere all the time, I wouldn't have believed you.
I know the deck is even a little bit more powerful in Master Duel without some of the semi-limitations that the TCG is facing, but even with those semi-limitations, you're looking at a deck that is incredibly consistent. The release of Backup Ad-Ignister and Wizard Ad-Ignister, and of course, March Air. We've just seen this deck evolve over the course of the last handful of months and really established itself as one of the top, I'd say, 3 decks heading into this weekend in terms of overall popularity.
For sure. I mean, I was actually kind of surprised when we saw the deck breakdown. I thought there would have been like an overwhelming majority with Ryzeal strategies, since there are so many different ways to play it. But 8 versus 7, that's a very close call between the two. You can almost say that Malice is more like relevant in this tournament because they're all like very similar Malice strategies, not being able to adapt like when it's split between Mitsurugi and Onomat for Ryzeal.
Yeah, every once in a while you'll see a player combine Malice with Fiendsmith or Mitsurugi, but it's certainly not nearly as popular. And at least in my opinion, I really like just kind of sticking to what the Malice cards are doing. I think they really do enough in and of themselves.
Yep, definitely. And you were mentioning like the Ad-Ignister cards that gave Malice a boost from Alliance Insight. We talked about this with Clifton Land's deck in the top 16, but with Duelist Advance, being able to add Valon, the Super Sai Sky Blaster, to that extra deck just makes Extra Ryzeal all the much better. A card that was already incredible, being able to use that utility of cards sent from your extra deck if they have an effect, if they're sent to the graveyard, is huge. So even though it's just like a small card that you might want to pull out of Duelist Advance, it's something that really kind of adds a whole nother layer to the deck to advance it much further.
It's one of those things where you need to consider that if you open first and your opponent activates Symbol Charmy and you have something like Dominus Impulse or Infinite Impermanence, sometimes players have the inclination of just setting those cards. But in this particular format, as long as X Ryzeal and Valon exist, that actually may make sense just to leave those cards in your hand, which in some cases, obviously, you can activate them from your hand anyway, which is seemingly maybe the better play in the first place. But I have just seen duelists set those trap cards, maybe presenting some type of bluff to their opponent, and then get punished because, oh no, now my Infinite Impermanences was just destroyed by this X defect, something that wouldn't have happened a couple months ago.
Yeah, that's a really huge point because, I mean, Dominus Impulse, when you use it from the hand, does lock you out of those 3 attributes, but when you set it, you're still able to use those attributes. If you activate it while it's set, you're still able to use those attributes later on, but now you do have to make that decision as you made. You give up those 3 attributes to hold it in your hand. You pretty much have to now that Valon is a part of the metagame.
Yeah, it's definitely just one of those things where a card that might have seemed really innocuous on the first read actually has a pretty big impact on just how sequencing happens in the early stages of usually turn 2 of the duel.
Definitely. All right. The duelists are shuffled and ready. This is going to be our first game of our first top 4 match to decide which one of these players will be going on to the World Championship in Paris, France this year.
It is really funny to see Julian decked out in the French attire. He's really just trying to make it destiny.
It's his homeland. He's wanting to go home and bring home the World Championship to North America. All right. The duel is underway. All right, it looks like Clifton is going to be starting things off, but Julian has a Mulcharmy Perilia, and that's going to be activated during the standby phase. So anytime Clifton summons a monster from the hand, Julian will get to draw a card. Yeah, that's a really good one against Mitsurugi Raziel in particular. It's going to really, against Raziel, usually you summon the first Raziel from your hand, we get you your next Raziel monster, but you also have to summon from the hand. So a minimum of 2 draws could be huge. And each draw, not only are you just getting more cards to play with on your next turn, you're getting more opportunities to draw into more disruptions that you can use from your hand on your opponent's first turn. So even though if you just start with the Perilia, not maybe as good as Fualos, you could just draw into a Mulcharmy Fualos and throw that down as well.
I think he actually has Fualos in his hand. It looks like he does have an additional Mulcharmy in his hand. And then, as you mentioned, it also stymies the Mitsurugi plays that the Raziel deck can go into. Your opponent's going to have to be able to draw cards with that as well. So it's one of those things where Perilia has such a huge impact, and it'll be interesting to see how Clifton navigates this. You have to assume that all of these duelists have already mapped out, okay, if my opponent has Perilia, what can I do to establish the most amount of interaction, the most amount of disruption, potentially some follow-up, but minimize the amount of cards at the end of drawing.
Yep, and we see Clifton send a Mirological Aggregator to the graveyard, probably kind of showing that he's not going to do something like Eclipse Twins. He wants to get the most amount of disruptions with just like 1 detonator. So being able to attach that to a detonator to have an extra negate during the opponent's turn when it's sent to the graveyard could be what he's looking at. But we're going to see another monster summoned from the hand. It's going to be Ice Raziel. And he's going to activate the effect, and then that's going to be changed. Mulcharmy Fualos, you're right, he has another Mulcharmy. You're only limited to activating 2 Mulcharmies from your hand for the turn, but Julian's drawing anytime Clifton breathes right now.
I know, it's really this 1-2 combo that and it brings you back to some of the cards on the Forbidden Unlimited list, having both of these effects active at once.
We can't say its name, right?
No,
Max C? Are we allowed to say Max C?
Just don't say it 2 more times.
Okay, and it looks like we did see Clifton do the similar thing in the top 16 where he overlays for a detonator with 3 materials, and then he's able to attach the material from his graveyard on summon thanks to Raziel Detonator's effect. So he's going to have 4 materials that attach. So that's going to be 4 cards he can destroy, and when he detaches the aggregator, he'll be able to negate a card on the field.
Looks like Julian.
Oh, does he have too many? 7 plus 2, it's 5, so he doesn't have to put any back.
Julian will be starting his opening play with 8 cards in his hand. And he starts with Infinite Impermanence, a very easy 1-for-1 trade.
Not what Clifton wants to see.
No, not at all. And again, there's no Eclipse Twins back there, so this is going to lock out Detonator. He just has that Aggregator, which is a pretty low impact interaction.
And we see a set trap. You might wonder, like, oh, why is he setting a trap before he summons? The Malice traps, in case you haven't seen Malice in a while, can be activated to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster. So a lot of times, whether you have a Malice trap or not, you at least want to set something down to make your opponent think you have that Malice trap, so it might dissuade them from having like some sort of on-field effect negation. But it looks like he's going to go ahead and try and use the Chessy Cat effect at resolution. Clifton is going to detach and negate it with Raziel Cross effect.
Unfortunately, though, for Clifton, he has Malice in Underground.
Yep, this field spell is incredible. Lets you banish a Malice card from anywhere from your deck. And he will banish Malice Dormouse.
Yeah.
Now he's going to use the effect of Malice Dormouse, pay 300 to try and summon back his banished Dormouse. I think Clifton may be thinking here. And that's going to resolve I know all you Master Duel fans out there, y'all have seen a lot of this over the past week.
Now he can activate Dormouse, which will allow him to search his deck. Looks like banishing the White Rabbit, and then obviously he'll be able to special summon that White Rabbit by paying 300, which would then allow him to set a trap card. So if he did not initially have a trap card set, as you were commenting on a moment ago, this will be his ability to basically search out whichever one he wants. And for those who are curious, he is playing multiple.
Yep, GWC 06. Still an incredible card and should 100% be considered when you're playing Mouse, if not just for the life point gaining effect.
You have seen players cut it, though. That's why I kind of commented on where if he has one set, this White Rabbit wouldn't have any effect, but he is able to now establish.
I'm a GWC 06 fan. I mean, I understand that it's one of the cards you can draw in your opening hand without another Malice Monster, and it's not great. Even with a Malice Monster, it's not great because it summons from the graveyard or banishment, but it just gives you that extra level. Like, I like toolboxy kind of decks, and having that option to go into traps certain traps when you need them is important. But he's going to use all 3 monsters here. Looks like he's thinking about Heart Scripter, but is going to end up with Malice Whitebinder as the first monster he's going to summon. So on summon, Malice Whitebinder can banish up to 3 cards from both players' graveyards. He's going to go after Extrazeal, his own Chessie Cat since it hasn't been banished yet. And then he's going to go after Dormouse because he's going to want to have a Malice card banished that he can shuffle back at some point with Heart Scripter later on in the turn.
Yep. And now he can use the Chessie Cat effect. Special summon that back out. He's now used all 3 of the original 3 Malice. He still certainly has March here as well.
Yep. Now we're seeing another Link summon. It's going to send Chessie Cat and Whitebinder to the graveyard for Access Code Talker. And yep, Clifton knows that this is going to be enough damage. He's going to be able to banish that Whitebinder with Access Code. It's going to summon back. He'll be able to draw a card too. And the plays don't have to stop there. He could keep on going. We haven't seen March here just yet. This is what the Malice deck is so good at. It can output a lot of damage really quickly as soon as you get to that first Link 3. Like, that's the choke point, is to stop them from getting to Malice Whitebinder, Red Ransom, or even Heart Scripter. Because as soon as they even just get to a Heart Scripter with like a trap card set, if they resolve Dormouse already, that's game with just the one Heart Scripter.
Yeah.
So that's why Malice is one of the more popular strategies of the weekend. And even though Julian lost the die roll there on the backs of a couple Mulcharmies, was able to take game number 1. Clifton did what he could, but
it's the second Mulcharmy that always gets you.
You
can play around one avenue of summoning to some extent and say, okay, maybe my opponent draws 2 and I can just deal with that. But it's when 2 different Mulcharmy effects are active, it really stymies your ability. And, you know, functionality-wise, especially the second one, the second one is activated that you've already committed to the field. So if you have your own Mulcharmies, it's not like you can necessarily just pass back. Because I can see sometimes your opponent activates Perulia and you say, I have my own Mulcharmy. Your go. But when you have the second one after you've already committed to the field, you kind of have to just continue full committing. You saw there Julian have 8 cards when he started his turn. Yep. It's almost difficult to imagine an 8-card combination that can't push through, you know, a detonator, aggregator, cross combination.
Yeah, I mean, he had a decent setup, but had to give him, like 3 cards at least. But you know, you have to give your hats off to Julian because, I mean, if you're going to main deck one Mulcharmy, it's probably going to be Fualos. But to also go ahead and decide to include Perulia in the main deck instead of having it in the side deck really paid off here. And I think that might be a key for this weekend is main decking Perulia, just because of how good it is against the Ryzeal strategy, which is like looking to be one of like the top decks of the weekend. But then you also have to trade off on the other hand with Malice, who will normal summon from the hand. Maybe they'll summon March here from their hand as well, but they don't have to. That's going to be the only draw you're going to get from Perulia. So making that meta call here for Julian that he's going to be facing more Ryzeal than Malice might be paying off and could be sending him back home to the World Championship.
I actually think if you were to look at the most popular hand interactions this weekend, I think 1, 2, 3, it's going to be Fualos, Perulia, and Droll and Lockbird. I've seen a lot of players just decide that they're going to max out 3 of each of those, play 9 hand interactions, which I know we're not looking at Lunalights right now, but I actually think is an interesting point to make in the Lunalight deck, where if your opponent activates those cards, specifically the Mulcharmies, you might be incentivized just to continue pushing through and establishing multiple Ligers, because as if you go full combo and put 2 of them on the field, it's almost like, yeah, just drop 8 cards. I actually don't care. I don't think there's 8 cards in your deck that will stop both of these.
I have seen that, and I do like it. And if you're watching, wondering like why we're talking about Lunalights, what is a Liger Dancer? They did just get new support in the most recent set that just came out last week in Duelist Advance, and if you haven't checked those cards out yet, you definitely want to keep an eye on them because, yeah, I think the Lunalight strategy is one that's flying under the radar this weekend, but could really pay dividends if people aren't prepared for it.
And I think if you've been kind of in tune with some of the deck building decisions that people have been making, when you see the Perulia Fuwalo's Droll package, I think that is an indication that that might be what you sort of expect, where there's not a lot of Nibiru's or maybe just the one that can be searched off Granite. You know, you're not seeing quite as many Infinite Impermanents or Effect Veilers this weekend, so you know, your plays can go largely uninterrupted in the sense that you can make your plays, you know, barring Droll and Lockbird, of course, but that would shut off your Molcharmies. But if your opponent has just used the multiple Molcharmies and you know they're not going to have a lot of other hand interactions, you can actually continue to push forward. The worst part against Molcharmies is when they draw Ash, and then they draw Bell, and then they draw Ogre.
It's
and
the stuff that you draw into, yeah.
But if those aren't in your deck and you're just letting your opponent draw a lot of cards and they can't beat your board anyway, sometimes it's actually okay to just take the Molcharmy challenge.
Definitely. That's where we're at. We're at Molcharmy challenges now. It is definitely the way to go, but it looks like we are ready to go. The hands have been shaken. Clifton is going to be starting things off with Mitsurugi Prayers.
This is an incredibly important card to resolve because his hand is double Solemn Judgment and looks like Serpent.
Night Sword Serpent?
Night Sword Serpent, not one you want to draw.
Oh, it does resolve. Looked like Julian thought about doing something there. We haven't seen a Molcharmy Perulia drop down like we did in game number 1 just yet. You talked about the Molcharmies, and then you mentioned Droll being the third, Droll and Lockbird. And I think that popularity is also, I mean, really good against Lunalight, but due to how impactful it is against it can be against the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy. Even though you can't activate like Prayers in the draw phase, they definitely have ways to play around it. But you want to see like one of those like 9 cards in your opening hand to really have an impact. And if you're playing 9 different high impact cards like that, the odds are in your favor. Does he have Droll and Lockbird? Nope, doesn't look like it.
Well, that was draw phase, so that's good. It's going to be here that we'll know when he sends the Saji, well, summons the Saji and then tributes it off to then search a spell from his deck. I was going to search the 1 copy of Ritual, and now here's the Droll check.
Picks his hand back up. He looks, and it's there. So for the rest of this turn, neither player can add cards to their hand. Silver Lining. Clifton won't have to deal with Molcharmies this turn.
Yeah. I think that's a cross. So he opened up Cross, Serpent, Double Solemn.
Not a good
hand. Not what you need in such a critical duel.
Not when you're playing to go to the World Championship.
So you got double Molcharmied game 1, and then has very little engine here. I mean, he's going to have to push forward, but he's not going to get the effects off the ritual monsters when they're tributed, which really stymies to the extent that he's able to push through and establish a board here. But he is going to go and summon the Habakiri from his hand. He's going to send Combination down.
So Kusanagi's going to go to the graveyard, I believe.
I think that was
Aramasa.
Yeah.
Aramasa.
And okay, so maybe I was wrong. There's the Aramasa, and there's the Kusanagi, which will let him add back from the graveyard, but he is unable to use the Aramasa effect. So he is going to put back the Ritual to his hand. Now he can Ritual from his deck.
You basically get to swap out the Habakiri for an Ame no Murakamo. Mitsurugi.
Do you just go, yeah, I was thinking about maybe you just go Futso and kind of hoping that a weird double Solemn Futso, being able to special summon back the little guys, kind of play super control-y could have been a pathway, but it doesn't seem to be.
I think he's still doing like the super control kind of strategy here with the Ame, like 2 Solemn Judgments plus like a forced discard. Not too bad.
Yeah. It's just really unfortunate. The 2 cards you want to draw the least are Night Serpent and Cross.
Okay, so he's going to normal summon, maybe link into a Dynamondo.
Dynamondo, yeah. Okay, this is a pathway too. Yeah, this is probably better than the Futso play, honestly, which, you know, I'm going to trust Clifton to understand how to sequence through some of those games where you don't have the best opening. And this is threatening the destruction effect.
Oh, this Bestial is huge because it's going to get rid of the Ame no Murakamo that the Dynamondo is going to bring back, or the Prayers. Oh, that's devastating here from Clifton. Now he has to rely on those 2 Solemn Judgments. On the upside, outside of like a normal summon plus 1 push, Malice needs to draw a very specific combination of cards that have more pushes than that. He's going to need a gold sarcophagus. He's going to need a March Hare to be able to banish the graveyard. Another Beasteel potentially.
He has a Magnemite,
Oh no! So if he just has, well, he would need the Magnemite plus a Malice and Underground.
All right. Well, this is the. I think
you have to.
He has to Solemn. I think Clifton's only pathway is just to Solemn 2 starters and hope that his hand is 2-hand interactions.
He knows that this is an important turn. Everything that he's worked through this entire year leads up to this moment. All the testing, all the grinding at regionals, and he's going to pay half.
Because you didn't pay with prayers.
All right, now here comes the normal summon.
So we know he has infinite impermanence, and it looks like a Magnemite.
Does he have a normal summon Malice name? Could Clifton get out of this sticky situation?
And then have X'd on top or some maybe Bonfire. Well, against the infinite impermanence, he's really going to need something like X'd.
This is the time I'm begging for the one time. All right, so Magnum's coming down next, so I don't think he has another Malice monster.
So he is going to be able to add a dragon, presumably from his graveyard to his hand during the end phase, because I highly doubt he's playing a Serenair in his deck. I mean, it's not impossible, but...
If you're using like a WQP, there's some cool things you can do with Serenair to like dump Magnemite to get out of your graveyard, but linking into Dark, Charmer, Gloomy... Really representative of probably how Clifton feels right now. A little gloomy, but you can't let that get you down. You have to play with the cards you're dealt and hope that you can do the best you can with them. This is an important turn of the duel. I think Clifton's considering negating this, right?
I think so. I think he's thinking what can happen if he link climbs here.
I mean, the Dark's usually really good, like for the mirror match.
Yeah, he's going to use the Solemn Judgment here because he can just threaten SP Little Knight on the back row. Now, granted, that would give him another turn, presumably. He wouldn't be able to attack directly, but there has to be a myriad of things that just being able to link climb could potentially do. And now he's going to tribute the Dynamondo to bring back the Habakiri.
No Malice normal summon. No normal summon here from Julian. He just had the Malice Underground. The end phase, the Magnemite's going to add the Druisworm back from the graveyard to the hand. Yeah. And Clifton's still in this game.
Not by much, but he is still in it.
Midwest Master.
So you can almost guarantee that back row is infinite impermanence. I mean, it could be a Malice trap. There's no real reason to set it, especially as we commented earlier with Valon in the format. If he were to draw X'd, that's what he's going to need. He's going to need to draw a Ryzeal card that can play through impermanence.
Sword Ryzeal.
It's not quite going to be good enough.
Infinite impermanence. He knows there's still a Druisworm waiting in Julian's hand. Plus one other unknown card.
Register for the remaining last chance qualifier. If you would like to get registered in a last chance qualifier, please go to events.thesidedeck.com. There are customer kiosks.
So it looks like he's just going to shift to attack mode.
I mean, he's
talk about the end of main.
I can't really hear you.
He's only playing with 2,000 life points left right now. So he's going to attack and attack.
Take it 15. Yeah.
It's going to be like, what, 3,900 points of damage here?
24.
I wonder if Habakiri's secret effect will matter, where his opponent's monsters lose 800 attack if he tries to make a Druisworm play.
Clifton looking at his extra deck, thinking if he wants to link summon and send these two monsters to the graveyard.
He's just already used Dynamondo. His Habakiri is banished. I mean, so rather his Murakamo is banished.
He's at 2,000. I'm at 4,100. In end phase, I'll go choice.
All right, so the Druisworm's going to come down the end phase.
Still pass.
I wonder if there's any merit to holding that to see if he draws a Malice monster just to be able to advance his plays.
Is that White Rabbit in his hand? I can't imagine that being White Rabbit because he had it last turn. Well, he just drew a Molcharmy, which isn't necessarily a good draw.
So I'm at 1,700.
Oh, he knows the secret ability. He just commented on the attack reduction.
That's huge right now. He won't be able to attack over the Habakiri.
He'd have to attack and essentially crash into it.
Or like link it off the field for something, potentially.
He's already used his Dark.
It would have to be like SP Little
Yeah,
Knight.
there's not a ton of utility links in his deck. Besides, I mean, Dark, you know, utility-wise in the sense that it can be somewhat generic, and in a deck that has so many Dark monsters, it's March Hare. Oh, okay, that's probably going to be good enough.
It's at least a Malice name. So
and a Cybers monster.
Yeah, but he doesn't have 2 Cybers monsters to get to a Splash Mage. But yeah, having that one Malice, it's just going to be SP Little Knight, so he's going to be able to at least banish a card, which is pretty big. But the window is still open for Clifton Land. We are in the Clifton Land right now. This is his territory, his domain. He's down but not out. He needs a top deck.
So now he's got Charmian Hare back in hand. And
that looks like a Raziel monster to me.
Looks like a Raziel monster to me, too. Oh, Clifton has been on the edge of defeat, but he doesn't want to just give up that easily.
It's not. Oh,
it's another sword. 2 turns in a row. He drew sword.
I mean, his deck is full of the Raziel monsters. Sword is limited to 2.
It is limited to 2, though, and he's just hit running swords.
Sure.
So he's going to use the effect of sword to add a light Raziel from the deck to the hand. SP Little Knight's going to chain the effect, banishing them both off the field to the end phase. But that's going to be able to get him Ice Raziel. And he's going to be able to normal summon the Ice Raziel. Use the effect, but he has the Fualos. The Fualos is live now because the SP Little Knight got off the field. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! This is what's good. This is where Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets really good. Like, but neither player's open like super fantastic. Just having to play with what the cards they have. Like, neither of them opened with like their main strategies, like key cards to start with.
No, Clifton actually drew the key one-ofs that he always wants in his deck and never in his hand.
And like just one Malice name would have ended this game. One Malice name besides March Hare. Like one of the first 3 from Crossover Breakers, but those are still hiding in the deck there for Julian.
I wonder if he just takes the Fualos challenge here.
I mean, I think if you
I think you have to.
If you do 8,000, yeah.
With SP Little Knight coming back during the end phase, I just think this game is one of those that has gone so poorly for you up until this point, at least just in terms of how ideal things could have been.
Clifton's definitely considering. He also has the cross for a little bit of protection already.
Pick to attach. That's fine.
Okay, I do see that Julian drew into a starter card, so he will have plays next turn if Clifton does not find a way to finish the duel right here, right now.
You're at 38?
And Metaltronus. Metaltronus.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's only at 38, so very easy to find a way to game. And Clifton Land takes an incredible duel number 2 when all hope looked lost.
Wow.
That was a terrible game.
Like, and yeah, as Joe, as you said multiple times in that game, he drew the exact cards you don't want to draw. He didn't have starters. He did have enough to like get the Mitsurugi engine online. But that's why you can't just dwell on your. He's an excellent. I've respected Clifton for a long time. I've watched him from afar. I don't even know if he knows that I respect him as much as I do as a duelist, because I've been watching him for many years now. Not in a creepy way at all, Clifton. I promise.
Whenever he talks about Branded, I feel like my brain explodes.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed watching him play and listen to his content, his deck profiles when he's done well at regionals. He first got on my radar, honestly, was during the points grind for 2017 when it was only the top 2. He was right there in the top 2. I think he actually finished 4th maybe in that first year. But that's where the first time I was like, oh, who's this Clifton Land guy from Kentucky? But an excellent duelist. He was able not to get focused on the bad cards in his hand and realize these are the cards he has to play with. He can't change that fact. You have to play every hand to the best of your ability. And I mean, in some realm, going first and opening Tombstone and Judgment, you're like, okay, that seems pretty good. But against a deck like Malice, where there's just so many one-card ways to interact, they have multiple bestials, which can just end you now that you're at 2,000. Just keeping that cool demeanor was so important, and what an excellent game from an excellent duelist.
It's amazing to think that he basically has 2,000 life and survived 2 bestials and a recycled 3rd bestial.
It's incredible. I mean, yeah, he's an excellent duelist. But, all these players are excellent duelists. It's not just Clifton, Julian, everyone else that competed in this top 16, fantastic. We talked about Clifton having one of the toughest roads to get here, even though he got 2-0s all the way up to this point. That game was a tough one. And if he's able to win this game number 3 and go to the World Championship, that game 2 is going to be one you're going to tell your friends about for years to come.
I know. It's like, what is your win rate when your opening hand is double Solemn Judgment, Cross, Serpent? It just has to be low. But he ended up finding a way of actually walking out. And what was the last card? Prayers?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and we talked about you had to draw sword back
sword.
to back. Yeah. You have to get lucky. I mean, you start off unlucky. You have one way to win, and that's to put yourself in the best position to win. That's really what you have to do sometimes. You can't always like guarantee you're gonna full combo, my opponent go non-interrupted. It's about putting yourself in a position to win with the cards that you have. And Clifton showed that here. And you know, Julian, he doesn't know like how bad he opened. From Julian's perspective, he also opened not great. He had the 2 Beastials, no Malice names besides March Hare, and March Hare, as incredible of a card as it is, drawing it alone with no other Malice cards, it does nothing.
No, it doesn't do nearly enough. I mean, it's
like maybe if you draw it with an allure, you get to add it back to your hand, so you get to draw 2 cards for free, but it's not going to get you going anywhere. All it was used there was a Link Summon to make a Ling Karibo, so he had an extra deck monster so he could banish a card with SP Little Knight. But yeah, this is why I love Yu-Gi-Oh! You just never know what you're gonna get. The games are so back and forth. The cards are high powered. It's a lot of fun. We got excellent duelists, and now we are going to a game number 3. One of these players will be going to the World Championship. The other one will have another chance at the NAWCQ that starts tomorrow. But for now, this is going to be the most important game of these players' dueling career here in game number 3 of our first top 4 match.
I mean, sometimes you talk about when do you use that one time? That one time the cards break your way. That one time the top card is exactly what you need. This is when you would use your one time.
I called that. Before he drew the back swords, I said, if I was Clifton, this is my one-time call. Maybe he did call it, and the deck listened, had the 2 monsters on top of the deck. But we're going to start things off with Terraforming, which is quickly met by an Ash Blossom. Clifton hoping that Julian doesn't have any Malice names, but he does have the Chessy Cat, which there's an Imperm. This could be enough if there's no Beastial or anything else from Julian's hand. Oh, he has the March Hare. No, not like this.
I'll go White Rabbit effect.
And that looks like it's all of the interactions for Clifton. So he's going to have to use an Ash Blossom, which isn't going to be great, and 2 engine cards plus the card off the top of his deck to stymie. It's going to end up being a pretty impressive field.
Yeah, that's the thing about Malice. You really want to try and stop them from being able to access a Link 3 and getting to where they're going. You got to throw everything at it that you want, but once they get there, it's really, really hard to stop. Especially, I mean, we just talked about how unfortunate it was that he just had March Hare in his hand, but it goes to the completely other side of the spectrum when you have that March Hare plus a Malice name. All of a sudden, your hand can pretty much play through anything.
Yeah, the Malice monsters definitely increase in terms of their utility amongst one another the more you have, to a certain extent. I mean, there's obviously a limit to that, but Chessy Cat, terrible. Chessy Cat and a Malice name, fantastic.
Perfect, yep.
Hare alone, not so great. Hare with a Malice, wonderful.
So we saw the White Rabbit set the GWC06. He linked them all off to summon Red Ransom. Then he used the GWC06 to banish Red Ransom, to special summon back the March Hare. Now he's paying 900 special summon back the Red Ransom from the banishment and banishing a Cybers monster from the deck. He's going to banish another copy of Malice March Hare. Then that March Hare, he'll be able to pay 300 to add it back to his hand. So now he's used both the effects of March Hare this turn. So he won't be able to do anything else with it, but it's a quick effect during the opponent's turn, which is really relevant. Then he's going to link these 2 into Cybers Wicked.
So it's interesting, you might not see it in this particular duel because that Cybers Wicked is likely to not stay there, but that card actually lines up really well against the Mitsurugi cards. It has a secret effect that a lot of duelists probably have overlooked, which is when it's link summoned, it in and of itself cannot be destroyed, but also the monsters that it points to cannot be destroyed. So if your plan is to use Mirakumo to wipe the opponent's monsters, be wary that if they've set up Cybers Wicked, your plan isn't actually going to work, and that's something to really consider going second into a lot of boards with this strategy.
And seeing the zone placement here, how the Dormouse is under the zone that the Cybers Wicked points to, playing around Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, that is something that I think Julian has on his mind.
Absolutely, I could definitely see, had he gone second and needed to play into Murakamo, that he may have been wary about that interaction. There's a reason these duelists are on the doorstep of Worlds.
Yeah, if you do it every time, that means like when you're in the position where it's going to come up, you'll already be prepared for it. So just maximizing your plays, but that Link summon's going to come down for White Binder. White Binder on summon's going to banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard. Chessy Cat has not been banished just yet.
Activate White Binder effect to set.
And then White Binder can use the effect to set a trap from the deck or graveyard. It's going to set the GWC06 from the graveyard.
3 now.
He has the backup Adignister in hand.
I added March Hare and I back up here.
Thanks to the Cyberus Wicked. I always thought you'd be a big fan of Cyberus Wicked.
Yeah.
It's not a word you use often, but...
No, but it is a word pretty commonly used in the Northeast.
Wicked.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there.
Not neither here
Hey,
nor there.
Julian's hand was pretty wicked
It's
this
been
game.
a pretty wicked duel.
It's been an excellent duel for sure. And he still has a thrust he hasn't used just yet. Just pointing that out.
Oh, is that what the other card was?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
So if he has like one of those blowout side deck cards, things are looking really bad for
He does. He has
Clifton Land.
dimensional barrier.
Oh no. All right, so now we're going to link away the White Binder and the Tessie Cat to summon SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight on summon is going to banish the White Binder. White Binder is going to pay 900 to summon itself back, and then Julian can draw a card. I think that effect is what really sold me on wanting to play Malice, was the fact like you get to draw a card when you summon it back. That's just, the motion feels good.
Yeah, anything that says draw.
It's pretty good Yu-Gi-Oh!
It doesn't take much more than just draw to sell it to me.
Gold Sark. Come on, banish a card you want in 2 turns. That's what I want to see. What are you looking for?
What does he want in 2 turns? Talents, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
no,
no,
this makes so much more sense.
Yeah, Malice in the Mirror. This card out of Lines Insight. Really, really good card. Usually see it banished with something like Malice in Underground, but Gold Sarking for it works too. When it's banished, you can banish a Malice card from your graveyard and then add that same type of card from your deck to hand. So he banished a monster, got to add a monster from deck to hand.
Yeah, so it's a way of basically searching out March Hare
Did you add another March
when
Hare?
the turn's gone, as it has here, but it's also a good top deck in a little bit of a different way than Gold Sark was a top deck previously. You could previously Gold Sark and search out Dormouse, whatever it happens to be. This just kind of adds a unique element where that Malice in the Mirror can actually end up technically searching out trap cards in some situations.
Oh, tried to use March Hare again. That's how he started. He's already used both the effects of March Hare for sure. Judges might give him like a PE minor real quick for that, just for attempting to activate an illegal effect. Yeah, when I find myself playing Malice, like especially for all those players who've been playing in Master Duel, as have I, you can, like anytime you're like adding Malice monster here, you're like, I'll just get another March Hare. I'll just get another March Hare. You can really never have too many March Hares. But we're going to see a Link summon come down here for Firewall Dragon.
And we have...
No, I just need to control a Cyber Summon from the action deck.
Yep, back up Addy Nister, which is now going to let him search Wizard to his hand.
I think the judges are just making sure they need to control a Dark Cybers. Just any Cybers.
Sounds good. Here, I'll go Wizard targeting.
No, adds the Wizard Agnister. Wizard Agnister is going to summon itself from the hand and the White Rabbit back from the graveyard.
It's amazing how Cyberus, doesn't really matter what kind of Cyberus, but Cyberus decks has had this ability to link climb and link climb and link climb and link climb.
Never stop. These Cybers piles. And then, yeah, this is the last card. So Julian has now used every card in his starting hand on this first turn to really limit what Clifton's going to be able to do. Luckily, with Barrier Calling Exceeds, he'll still have the Mitsurugi out the Firewall Dragon and Cryptor, but there's a long
It's
road.
An uphill battle. I mean, as what's currently constituted, he's got Bonfire, Prayers, and Ash. That Ash, probably not great. Meows.
Something.
I could see him use that.
We know he has the GWC06 set.
He might as well.
Could force out the GWC06 right away. Also, if he wants to banish, I mean, could be something.
That's fine.
And it looks like it resolves. No chain here. This is all probably during the draw phase, I'd imagine.
That's fine.
Anything else?
Prayers is going to add Habakiri.
I do appreciate that Clifton is playing confidently, even though he is in a not so great position right now. I mean, he's just like physically, in terms of his speech, his body position, he's playing confidently, even though he has very little.
I told you, I've been watching him from afar, and I have been a fan because that's another one of those things that I just really like. Because, like, the time it takes you to make your plays and, like, the confidence you have when you're making your plays can give away so much information. This is, like, basic fundamental Yu-Gi-Oh! That still applies to how the game is played today.
So we have Saji resolving, allowing him to search Mitsurugi Ritual. We've seen that Habakiri interaction now for a few months.
So I know Haba and Ritual spell that you added this turn.
Yeah, just to double check on exactly what is in his hand. That's known knowledge. It is both Habakiri and the Ritual spell. You can now use that Ritual spell.
Deck.
He's going to use it to summon from the deck. Does this prompt a response here? from Julian. I mean, Julian has to be a little, like, you can get in like this really good position, but because of how confident Clifton's playing, I bet that adds a little bit of nerves. But as I mentioned, his goal is to find a way to get the Murakami to clear the field potentially. Because you have to imagine that Julian's holding his barrier for as long as he can for calling Exceeds to stop the Ryzeal cards. But it looks like Julian's going to activate Heart's Cryptor to try and go after the Murakami.
I do like the sequencing here of summoning from the deck first by using the Murakami. By summoning out the Murakami by using the Happy Carry in hand. A lot of times you see summoning in the opposite order first. But I like this interaction, or at least this sequencing here.
That's cool. Banish.
He's going to banish the Murakami, but then he also is going to be able to summon back the Harakiri.
But he at least dealt with the fire. He got what he wanted. He wanted the Murakami to deal with the field. And now if Julian did use the Heart's Cryptor too, I believe, to banish the Murakami, and then the Firewall to add back the March Hare.
Prayers and then
he still has the GWC 06, but he is under Meows, so getting new cards can change everything here for Clifton. And his last card is Bonfire. Clifton has the tools necessary. What really comes down to is that last triple tactics thrust, setting that dimensional barrier. Because he broke this board.
He did.
Anything else?
No.
Normal summon Ice Ryzeal. Now, it may look like Julian doesn't have a lot, but he does. The only thing is any interaction he does from here is going to give Clifton cards.
That's fine.
He has the March Hare. It can banish the White Binder. It can summon the White Binder can summon itself back. That'll be a draw. Then his White Binder banishes anything else. It's going to do more, but Dimensional Barrier is going to be flipped face up, calling Exceeds monsters.
Ooh, I wonder if he sends. Yeah, he is going to send the brand new.
There we go. It is Valon, the Super Sky Blaster, forcing out the GWC 06. This is going to give Julian back some life points, but it's also going to give Clifton a fresh card. And if it can be something, he just needs to get his Mitsurugi engine back online.
I'm trying to think what he could possibly draw under barrier.
All right, Julian, carefully consider options. You don't want to fumble the ball at the 1 yard line.
And some of those, White Binder, banish a bunch of card plays also get stymied by Mals.
Yeah, you can't just summon a bunch of Malice monsters. What do you draw? That looks like a Mulcharmy.
Looks like a Mulcharmy.
I'm assuming you have no triggers.
It's going to gain 2,300 life points there.
Right, sorry.
So X is going to add a fire. If you want to have an easy, how to tell what the Ryzeals add, it's always the opposite attributes. So if you're using the light one, you're going to add a fire. The fire's at the lights. Very easy way to remember that.
I will trigger White Binder, thinking on the targets.
Oh no. The first stutter from Clifton from the graveyard movement.
So it does look like he's going to banish at least the White Rabbit, because that would then allow him to access MTP.
Oh, yep, MTP's 007. Only 1-0.
I'll target.
Technically,
that's what I like to call it. That's just like my little name for it, but.
Or anything. Sorry. So I will target from your graveyard Valon.
Just going to take out the Valon. Doesn't want that to become a material at some point later on.
Yeah, that's a card that has some incremental value.
Rabbits.
So he's banishing Red Ransom and White Rabbit. Is he going to summon them both back?
Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2.
Whoa! Bold move. This is really bold here from Julian. I know Clifton has to be happy about this. He's going to draw 2 cards. Unless I missed something, right?
You draw 2 cards.
Yeah, Julian's just confirming it for him.
You went in for the...
Yeah, because I drew first off White Binder.
Yeah, and then you went in.
All right, so card number 1.
Then I'll go
2.
Chain Link 1, Chain Link
Nothing.
Just all the normal Charmies.
Oh, a handful of cards, but that dimensional barrier, it's really coming down to that last card in Julian's hand, that triple tactics thrust. So Red Ransom on summon can add a Malice spell. Used to be only Malice in Underground. Thanks to Alliance Insight, he's going to be able to add Malice in the mirror. And then the White Rabbit's going to set MTP 07.
It is just so fascinating to think, Mulcharmy Meows as the 6th card. You usually get pretty upset when you draw Mulcharmy 6th card. It actually ended up with 3 draws.
Very good against Malice.
Correct. You're just showing me 2.
And he's already used prayers this turn.
You have 3 in hand. One's March here.
Yes, I added March Hare back with Firewall.
I just don't know what Clifton can do here, even with all these cards.
A lot. 6.
6, and you added Sword and Prayers this turn. And then the other 4.
I mean, it's still, you know, a really good game here. Yeah,
I was just about to say, I feel like Prayer's set is about it.
Clean up the white rabbit? No? Just a pass. Looks like Julian's going to activate MTP 07 potentially. I mean, we could be moments away from Julian going back home to try and compete at the World Championship. Draws Dominus Impulse off the top of the deck too.
And I'm at 61.
Not that I think it mattered.
I'll go Binder Effect to set.
I think Clifton knows.
2 in hand?
3. 4. 4. Sorry.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Clifton knows what is going on now. The mouse white binder is going to be able to reset the GWC 06. Link summon coming down here, probably for access code talker.
I set GWC with Binder's Effect, yes. I'll summon access code.
Yep.
On
and then that's going to target the red ransom.
Gain attack. Targeting ransom. Yep. Anything on res?
Okay.
Julian's thinking Allons-y. France. Let's go.
Firewall popping this out.
Firewall is going to be not a different attribute. It's not dark. It's going to go straight after the Speller Trap. Going to banish Red Ransom. Going to take out a monster. Red Ransom's going to be able to pay 900 to summon itself back.
And then I'll activate Ransom.
We are moments away.
At 52.
Clifton's going to have to try again in the NAWCQ tomorrow, it's looking like. But Julian, you know, kind of manifest destiny. We saw him, you know, give that little quick kiss to his scarf there before Game 3.
What better way of going to back home than getting a trip to represent
another country?
I guess another country in a tournament in your own country? I mean, he's probably going to have fans rooting for him both in the United States and in France in many ways.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
I don't know exactly, but it's such a unique circumstance. But you really have to feel great for someone like Julian being able to don the French attire to win a seat to a tournament in his home country.
Hey, shout outs to Gabriel Netz last year. He's from LATAM, qualified though through EU. I think he has like dual citizenship.
Yeah.
So he played in the WQP and then went to the World Championship representing EU, but from LATAM. But Chessy Cat's effects can be activated, draw a couple cards after banishing the March Hare. March Hare can add back any banished Malice monster.
46.
46.
And March Hare lets him add the Dormouse back.
Normal summon Dormouse. Sure. Dormouse effect.
You know, I gotta respect Clifton. You know, not conceding here. Could be easy to concede. This is gonna be the last game for him of this points playoff.
Correct.
He was so close, but not. You know, he's gonna have another chance. Like we saw Aditya, he lost last year and then ended up winning the entire NAWCQ and still made it to the World Championship. Maybe this could be the same story. It could be maybe Aditya going back to back, since he also was in that same position and lost. Or maybe it'll be Clifton Land. But for now, it's all Julian, and that's it. Yeah. Julian is going to take down Clifton Land and be our first NA representative at the World Championship this year.
Because I had a lot of good input.
Clifton, just great sportsmanship, extended the hand and said, good luck at Worlds. Yeah. That's how we culminated this
I think you win if I Barrier Call Rituals. Yep. That's why I let
Ooh, did you hear that? That's interesting banter.
I'm not really worried about this because you cited out the.
Oh, that Clifton was trying to like bait him into using Dimensional Barrier Call on rituals. Because yeah, if you start with all the Mitsurugi stuff, you know that Ame no Murakami can clear your field. But he was smart enough to hold on to it, knowing that he is always going to lead with the Mitsurugi half of the deck, and then follow it up with the Rise Heal strategy as well. Because I mean, even though like the Ame no Murakami can clear the field, Malice March Hare in the hand, GWC 06 set, plenty of ways to get that field back online, find your access to the MTP 07, and you know, heads up for Julian. He gave Clifton three cards from the Mulcharming Meows during his turn, knowing that with the barrier behind him, it still should be okay. So, like, excellent play from Julian. This is well-deserved. They're both excellent duelists. Clifton, you know, I've been talking to the Midwest Master. You know, it would have been a great story, but Julian's starting the story of his own. You know, going back to France to represent North America at the World Championship. Julian will be our first representative to punch his ticket all the way to Paris, France in a couple of months. And, you know, we're going to have 6 people qualified this weekend. In a couple weeks, we're going to have the EU WCQ as well. We're going to find out the 6 representing EU. But for now, our first NA representative, I guess, is representing EU because he really looks like he's representing France already. Like, he came here dressed for the occasion. He knew where he wanted to go. He's ready to go back home, and now he has manifested his destiny, and he's going to head back. And the respectful handshake there as you're walking off. Because Clifton is like, he's a true duelist. He just enjoys playing the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! He knows the cards aren't always going to fall his way, but he's going to play the cards the best that he can and give himself every opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to think how many players this weekend Clifton would have been able to bait out that barrier a little bit early by threatening prior to the Ryziel his ritual monsters. But there's a reason why Julian made it this far into this particular weekend's tournament, and that's because he's been putting in the work for 365 days. He wasn't going to be fooled by that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would have been very easy. You see Habakiri, Saji tribute off, add ritual, activate ritual, to summon from deck. Like, you're summoning a monster from deck. That's pretty powerful. You could easily flip that dimensional barrier up, call rituals. You're going to turn off the Mitsurugi ritual for the rest of the turn. Be very simple. And then maybe like you still have Hearts Cryptor, Firewall Dragon can deal with like the on-field Ryziel cards. Maybe there was definitely a line where he could have played that way. But heads up there from Julian, deserved win against Clifton. And I think we're standing by with our winner Julian. Let's hear from our first representative for North America at the World Championship this year. Take it away, Jackie.
Let's hear it for Julian. You're going to Worlds. How do you feel? Look at this crowd.
I'm feeling ecstatic right now. I'm really happy, especially this year it's in France, and that's where I'm from. So I'm really happy to go home and represent both the US and France at the same time.
Anything you want to say to all your friends out here who are hooting and hollering for you?
I want to thank all of them for all the support. They literally spent more time testing with me for this than for Nats. So I really appreciate all of them.
Oh, I love all the smiles. So we are seeing a lot of Mitsurugi and Malice. So why did you pick Malice?
So I've been playing Malice since Houston, and I think in this format, there's just going first is too strong. So you need a deck that can play as many hand traps as possible. And for me, that's Malice. And then Mitsurugi Ryziel plays too many bricks, so I didn't like that. So I want to look at my hand and see pretty cards like Impulse, Imperm, the Moltar Armies. It feels good.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you told me you've been playing competitively for just a year.
Yeah, I started in January of 2024, and then last year was my first Nats, and I went 3-3. So I think I've come a long way since then.
How does it feel? This journey is wild. You're on this stage, you're going to Worlds.
I'm super excited, and I'm excited to start testing for Worlds with all my friends again and just go as far as I possibly can.
I'm sure there are people watching at home and they cannot believe that you did this in a year. What do you want to say to them?
I'm just a regular guy, so if I can do it, you can too.
Okay, fantastic. What are you going to do for the rest of the weekend now?
I'm still going to compete in the main event. I mean, I came all the way here, so I'm not, for glory. Just try to go as far as possible.
They're all chuckling and laughing at that. Okay. And is there anything you want to say to your family, friends?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my girlfriend, everyone, and my siblings for being super supportive. And my 2 kittens that I adopted a week ago. They're the goats.
What are their names?
Luna and Lila.
We love that so much. Okay, let's hear it for Julian, everybody. We're going to send it back to our casters.
Luna and Lila. Those are good names. Lila's a good cat name.
Yeah.
I'm going to write that one down for, maybe some future cats for me.
Invite them to Worlds. That would be quite the scene.
Yeah, so this is our first representative going, and this is huge. Just the past 2 years, just so you know, all 4 players who qualified from the points playoff have made the top cut at the World Championship, and 2 of them each year have become the World Champion. So he could be looking at a top cut at the World Championship already, but he's going to have to start testing as soon as he can. A lot of new things that you're going to have to be able to learn for the World Championship.
So he starts January of 2024 and can be a World Champion by the summer of 2025.
That's incredible. It really shows you if you put the time in, the practice, and play a lot, you really can grow really fast. As long as you're just, looking at what's wrong and how to get better, that's all it takes. Don't make excuses. Learn. Don't make excuses. But we still have another final that's coming up that we're going to go to. But before we find out who our other Worlds Qualifier competitor is going to be, let's talk about something awesome that's coming up that I'm going to be at. That's right. It's we're going to be Konami at Comic-Con 2025, July 23rd to the 27th, booth number 3713. You can't miss us. You're going to be able to bring your own deck and duel the master. I'll be one of those masters along with some other excellent duelists. Also get your token made. You can immortalize yourself forever as a Yu-Gi-Oh card at the token booth. It's always really, really popular at ARC booth at Comic-Con. And of course, you can get your hands on this beautiful, amazing, sweet-looking game mat featuring Odeon and one of the Apophis fusions from Maze of the Master. That mat came out really well, and I can't wait to be able to get one of those at Comic-Con. So if you're there, make sure you stop by the booth, say hi to me. I'll definitely talk to you for a minute and see, what's going on. We have a lot more exciting stuff that you're going to want to check out at San Diego Comic-Con. I can't wait to be there, and I hope to see you there too. But we have another top 4 match coming up that we're going to find out who is going to be joining Julian in representing North America at the World Championship. So stay tuned. The players are standing by. Don't go anywhere. We still got more dueling action to come.
Hello, Duelists, live at the Indianapolis Convention Center, and everybody at home, are you ready to send another Duelist to Worlds? Let's meet our competitors. Up first in the blue chair from Seattle, Washington, in his first ever streamed match. He wants to dedicate this one to all of his friends in Seattle and Texas, Jeremy Glassman. And his opponent today in the red chair, coming in from Los Angeles, California. He wants to dedicate this match to his team, Frozen Card Gaming. Give it up for James Markowitz. All right, James, I want to get your thoughts ahead of this match. This win would bring you to Worlds. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Do you feel like you can take this one?
I hope so.
All right, James, I'll let you focus up on the match here, and I gotta ask Jeremy, first streamed match, how are you feeling?
Pretty nervous, but regardless of what happened, James is a great guy, so it'll be a good result.
All right, I like it. Good sportsmanship over here. Well, best of luck to both of our competitors. I'll let you shake hands. Everybody give it up one more time for our top 4 winner going to Worlds. Let's throw it over to the casters.
Thank you much, Steven. We have Jeremy and James. Good to see James again, piloting once again that Mitsurugi Ryzeal. And here we have Jeremy playing the exact same thing. A mirror match in the final top 4 to decide the WQP winner going to France.
Certainly a lot on these Duelists' mind, as they are not necessarily faces we see here all the time at the top table. I think a little bit of the nerves show, but I love the sportsmanship. I love that they're here and locked in. And while we are going to see these two Duelists play the same deck, their lists are relatively different. I can't give away any spoilers here, but this is not going to be a perfect mirror image.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. Like, we have a bit of new blood, I think, in this WQP here for the NAWCQ season. We saw Julian, who I believe was playing his first ever competitive year, going all the way to Worlds now in Paris. That's super exciting. And we have James and Jeremy, two relatively unknown players. I mean, Jeremy playing his first ever feature match as the feature match to get himself into Worlds.
No.
I imagine it's a little intense for him.
Could you imagine just like, my first time on stage, I think it'll be my best time on stage, right? I'm saving myself for the World Championship. But that's exactly what Jeremy has done here. And it's just insane to think that there are still undiscovered duelists out there, right? There's somebody who can hear our voice right now. Maybe they're just putting cards on the table, sorting out their deck list. Maybe they're watching this as a VOD in 2026. But they may be our next World Championship competitors. That's incredible.
And you know what? Maybe we're selling Jeremy short. Maybe he only competes when the stakes are the highest. And you don't get much higher than, if I win, I go to Worlds. And if I don't, I got to come back again tomorrow.
And that's fine. What a great showing, though. Just to be able to just show up, get it done, your first year, this caliber of play, get through the tournament, think about the bracket. We have a long list of all the achievements of just the people that Jeremy has bested, but if I started reading them now, we would be here till tomorrow. And Jeremy has made this on his first year, and James, also a relatively fresh competitor, doing just the same. This just shows you that anybody on any given tournament with a 40 to 60 card deck list, 15 cards on the side, 15 the extra, regardless of what they choose, if you have the great determination, you might be going to the World Championship.
Oh yeah, it's not about record. It's not about what you've done. It's about what you're going to do next. It's about earning that spot. And both these players have earned their spot here today. But only one duelist can join Julian as they head into Paris today.
This is going to be a lot. I can't imagine what the duelists are feeling up there. But at a certain point, you've played against great competitors. You've played good duels. So all you got to do is just kind of keep your head low and put the cards on the table.
How many cards do you play?
41. And then specifically, this mirror match is going to be, I think, really interesting. Like you said, there are some notable differences that hopefully we'll be able to call out once they happen. But it's as simple as balancing Mitsu versus Ryzeal. They got a little ahead of themselves. They're like, I want to roll right now. And they're like, well, you got to slow down for the stream a little bit, which has its benefits. You get to take your time. Everything starts at once. You're separate from everything else. It's just about you and your opponent, and that's it.
Once you get over the nerves of the audience and the impact of the duel, it is a better environment on the featured match stage, right? You got your own personal judge, you got your own personal staff, you got noise-canceling headphones, you got a desk, nobody's sitting next to you, right? You don't have to bump elbows with your fellow duelists. It's a good vibe, so let's get with that good vibe on Game 1 of the final semifinals to find out who's going to Paris, France.
All right, here's the ever-important roll. We've got 11 coming from Jeremy. I believe they're rolling for high.
Big numbers.
That's a 4. And there we see Jeremy proudly announcing he's going first. Something we noticed when James was playing in the last round that you and I got to commentate was rhythm was really important to him. You know, he chose to concede a game because he's like, I don't want to just sit here and waste time. I want to just keep where I'm going. I'm feeling good. Let's make sure I have enough to go play the rest of these games out. And here we are. First play of the game is going to be Miltrami Perulia coming down from James. And there we have the response in the main phase of Mitsurugi Ritual coming out from Jeremy. We're going to be ritualing from hand, and we're going to be tributing from hand and from deck the Nightsword Serpent, as well as probably the Kusanagi to get that ritual back.
James already went ahead and made his draw, but I think that Jeremy has the right idea here because I think the card numbers are going to even out, right? You're going to get the Nightsword Serpent back. Of course, you get the Murakumo no Mitsurugi on the field. You're going to go ahead and get the Saji effect, so it feels good. Even though you're giving your opponent one card, you're getting a lot back in return.
My ability to see the future has afforded me. We're actually going to be seeing Saji being tributed as the second here to get access to another Mitsurugi card. This is why you give us the prayers here that we did not otherwise have, which can give us our main interaction using the Murakumo during James's turn. Oh, we just already had the second ritual in hand.
Must be nice. We've seen some incredible luck. That last duel that we got to see from the seats, you know, it's incredible to see Julian draw all that. One of these duels is drawing pretty crazy too as Jeremy continues to play.
And there we see the Futso coming down from Jeremy. Not a lot of Mitsurugi Raizo decks are playing this card still. Some view it as sort of a bricky card, but here we see it coming down for Jeremy, and then Murakumo coming back thanks to its effect.
We also saw the purification there. It seems like, you know, some Mitsurugi duelists, they want to have this longer grind game. The Futsu certainly helps that with the additional monsters on the field. But you do run into trouble, right? If you happen to draw these cards out of order, maybe you can't bring anything out or your opponent stops your game plan. But so far, so good. Jeremy's got a bunch of snakes on the field.
Yep, and
ready
there
to
go ahead. I was just going to say, there we see the prayers losing us 800 life points to bring back the Saji and add the Habakiri to our hand. And there we have the Futsu coming back out.
I mean, the only one not on the field right now is Habakiri. We almost have everybody out. Let's go and Xyz summon here. Build the overlay network to make... Still deciding.
Is that Gallic Granite he's eyeing
I
up
think
right there?
it is Gallic Granite. He's maybe going for a Nibiru the Primal Being, which is very strong in Mitsurugi because even though you're tributing your own monsters, you are tributing your own monsters.
You're basically activating their effects.
Yeah, and like that feels almost unfair.
Imagine if Nibiru said, get rid of your opponent's board and also activate all your monster's effects. That's basically what you're doing.
Well, it's that Mitsurugi privilege for certain, but now he goes ahead and passes the deck. It looks like we're going to cut here, so maybe not going back in anytime soon. And linking off the Gallic Granite and the Murakumo for an IP Masquerena, maybe for a Dynamondo play?
Maybe, or for just like a regular old SP play because we have the Futso. It looks like we did not access our Ryziel engine this game because of the Perulia sort of keeping us off that, but this board seems more than good enough. We only gave up one draw over to James to unlock all of this. We have Habakiri in our hand next turn for the follow-up, and we have, I believe, a known Purification and a known Prayers face down. If you're Jeremy, you're sitting pretty. Oh, and a known Nibiru, too. James needs to play through a lot here. Pretty good start, if I say so myself, using the effect to summon from the deck.
Great use of the normal summon here. It's certainly a good commit there because you're going to get a lot if this normal summon goes through, so why not? But it looks like Jeremy is going to put his hand down, and we may be going into the deck to special summon.
Yeah, usually you don't need to necessarily interact with the main deck monsters of Ryziel decks. Usually you just want to interact with whatever they summon. So the second he goes for like a duo drive or something, he can just go IP, make SP, and banish it because everything's ignition on that card, so who cares if it gets to attach?
I'm curious to know if you might forego one of the searches, knowing the Nibiru the Primal Being is there, and try to put down a Star Ryziel perhaps to set the field spell?
Yeah, but you have until your 5th summon to do that, so it just depends on how rushed he wants to go here.
He's not rushing this time. He's going to use Sword. And we're going to go ahead and use the Futsu to grab another monster out of the graveyard here. And I think we're going for the Murakumo just to clear out the 2 Xyz materials before they Xyz.
Yeah, Futsu will be able to bring that card back. And that's what's really cool about having Futsu plus IP. You just get extra material that way while still maintaining your Prayers plus Murakumo combo. And then, yeah, like you said, at the end of this, we might just go activate Prayers, get rid of this Murakumo, get all the value in the world.
Yes, I don't have any triggers.
By the way, for newer duelists, they're doing a great job communicating, talking about the open game state, talking about whether or not the turn player who has priority has any fast effects. This is good Yu-Gi-Oh!
So X tier could force the IP, but then you'd lose access to You've already used Sword, Ice, and X then, which basically is all of your main Ryzeal starters, unless you have more ways to extend from there in hand already. But even if you don't try to force the IP, if you try to use like one of the new cards like Valen the Sky Blaster to force one of the set cards,
and that's what we're doing.
He is. Now you got to gamble which card, because there's two pretty scary ones set. Prayers and Purification are both pretty scary.
I think your Millennium Necklace is working after all.
So we're chaining Futsu here to the Sky Blaster, which I believe does need to target the set card, and he targeted the one in the middle. Just a question of here what he brings back.
It's good to see Fallon in play. It's such a cool card and interacts obviously with a bunch of different decks very well, including because of X Ryzeals being able to send to the graveyard, but it's also a nice target for things like Ultimate Slayer.
Yeah, basically having like both Aggregator and Valen to like Swiss Army knife you when you're going second in a Ryzeal deck is so nice. There we see the Chain of Prayers here just to bring back. Looks like we're bringing back Saji, and then I believe Night Sword Serpent is coming back thanks to Futsu. And then Sachi effect on summon, we'll search for a spell card. I believe we paid another 800 life points there with that Prayers.
But I think taking 8 doesn't feel bad when you are adding so much value back into your hand so you have follow-up plays. And really that's what Mitsurugi is all about. It establishes strong plays at first, but it stays in the duel like none other.
Oh yeah, and it just has so much value in both your turn and your opponent's turn. And the interactions happen on the field, in the graveyard, while being tributed, while being summoned. So many ways to just proc all these powerful reptiles. We still have not Special Sword using its own effect, that is true.
Was waiting to see when the IP Masquerena would be activated. Now we're going to get to see what's up. It's not going to be Dynamondo, but we do have 3 link materials worth of monsters possible here. And it seems like the choice is going to be just an SP Little Knight, the classic.
Going for the Banish on that sword there to keep him off of going for a rank 4 play. We still have 4 other cards in hand. We still have potentially all of our Mitsurugi cards if we're James. And I did just see a Habakiri flash to the camera there. And we had the Node special. That is actually so huge here because we've already forced out the Regeki effect from Murakumo, meaning we need a new way to get rid of these bodies. And because we didn't use... Because it's not an activated effect, right? It just summons, so you can't SP in response to Node.
That is correct.
Meaning we can just go straight into a detonator here if we wanted to.
Definitely feel like you have to, and perhaps James agrees. He's picking up his extra deck here, looking through.
But Purification's still pretty scary because we were not able to get rid of that using the Valen. That was definitely the card that James wanted to hit because it just would give his detonator the utmost protection. So he needs to be a little bit terrified here of that Purification. Trying to think about how we can play around it, I guess.
Just taking a moment to pause here.
Does he have 3 Ritual monsters in hand?
It looks like it. I just see blue, blue, and blue.
Which, one of them being Habakiri is pretty good because that essentially means you get to guaranteed summon 2 of them.
It almost seems like he's trying to play just within the Ryzeal components of his deck.
Yes.
Oh, that'll get it.
Exciton Knight. Jeremy definitely has more cards than James, and this threatening to board wipe Jeremy is so huge. Oh, Battle Phase attack the SP.
So smart.
Get that out of here. Yeah, he's like, I'm not trying to win the game this turn. I'm just trying to get rid of all your stuff.
And we're doing it. So detaching X Ryzeal, trying to destroy everything, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and tribute to get rid of the Mitsurugi Purification. And now he's cleared everything, so that Habakiri in hand, reveal, and we are off to the races.
Really good job here from James, just playing through all of these interruptions that Jeremy was able to set up. But obviously we're still resolving all the effects here of Purification. We're going to be getting Mirror, which is the Mitsurugi ritual spell that came out in Alliance Insight. Basically gets to add itself back and be reused throughout the entire game.
Powerful card for sure, and also helps a lot of different other ritual support since it does name the cards on it, which is nice.
True, true.
Let's see as we cut the deck if we are going to see a change in the tempo of this duel as James is able to go ahead and start using Mitsurugi cards now. There's nothing else to look forward to on Jeremy's side in terms of negation or activated effects.
Besides like any unknown non-engine, and of course Nibiru the Primal Being, that is still a card that Jeremy
Oh, that's right, there is the Nibiru, and that actually is going to hurt.
But not if you're playing your Mitsu cards, right? If those get tributed, you're fine with that.
Everybody's happy.
Plus, Jeremy's already used a bulk of his Mitsu cards' effects, so if they get tributed again, nothing's really going to happen.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and swap that out.
Effective Saji.
Yep, so we're going to use Saji effect here to get access to hopefully Mitsurugi Ritual, which if he gets, that could be pretty huge. We're going to summon our own Saji from the graveyard as Jeremy. do you get prayers here if you're James? Because you have cards in your hand that you can tribute and get value with, that could probably work out pretty well for you.
But you also have to consider that Nibiru the Primal Being is coming around, so do you really have anybody to tribute, right? If you press too far in that direction, your opponent could just give you a token, and last I checked, that Primal token is not a reptile monster.
And you still have the Habakiri Search as well, which is pretty valuable. And the fact that you have to probably summon from hand if you're James does make the Mitsurugi Ritual a bit less appealing, but you still got to go for it because you need to summon your big guys.
This is an interesting change in tempo, right? The last duel that we watched on stream was Malice versus Ryzeal, and it was explosive, and everybody was just doing everything. This is a very slow and concerted duel between two newer duelists who are about to have their first shot at being in the World Championship.
So there we see the second copy of Habakiri being tributed for the prayers. I believe that means James is paying 800 more life points. Sorry, James is paying 800 life points here to probably add... There's a world where you could get Aramasa here, because I believe we've normal summoned.
We did.
But we'll be able to tribute some more. We bring back the Saji, and then effective Habakiri will let him search again. This will probably get Ritual. Yep. And because I know we have another Ritual monster in hand, I believe it's Murakumo, we can go Ritual, summon from hand, tribute the Aramasa that's in hand, and then get value that way, too. Or we're just going to save the Aramasa for follow-up, too. That's a really good heads-up play from James.
Yeah, it should be 61. Oh, yeah, 61. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so I believe the total life points right now are 61 to 72.
You're 72.
Yeah.
Duelist making sure to keep track again, a little bit of a differential there since Jeremy activated more instances of take 800 damage, but also took a little bit off the top there from the SP Little Knight getting attacked.
Yep, so there we see the Night Sword Serpent and the Kusanagi going to the yard. The Kusanagi will now activate, and so will the Night Sword Serpent.
Kusanagi Chainlink 2, Murakumo Chainlink 2. The target of Kusanagi will be...
All right, so targeting prayers with Kusanagi. We're going to Raigeki the board using Murakumo's effect. We do not have a battle phase. We already used it. Night Sword Serpent comes back. His own Night Sword Serpent on Jeremy's side will activate because it is a different turn for him. And it is worth noting, too, that I don't believe James is locked into anything.
No, just for the discard effect. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, force him just to get rid of a card. Why not?
He's got plenty.
But surely, if you're James, going for a duo drive here, it just plays right into Nibiru's hands. But I guess forcing it's kind of nice, too.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the moment. If I see the Ryzeal duo drive as Jeremy as a duelist, of course, he's in the driver's seat. He's the one with the dual disc on, but... that seems like when you want to clear it out, right? You would have to deal a little bit with the Murakumo, but you would just dodge the Ryzeal duo drive and stop all the follow-up for the following turn.
Also, really heads up here from Jeremy, not paying the cost for Murakumo, just letting that Night Sword Serpent stay in the graveyard because every card in his hand, if I remember them correctly, are all crazy.
Effect to attach.
All right, so there's the duo drive. Effect to attach has been called, and we're going to let that happen.
But it's only the attachment effect.
Yes.
Unless he just drops down. And even if you did drop down the Ryzeal cross-field spell... Oh, okay, so we are going to Nibiru. We're going to go and resolve.
Effective Murakumo. Yes. So it's 25, 32 attack.
So it's 47, 57.
And then the defense is
800 defense.
yeah, 2,800.
2,800.
2,800.
And because the Murakumo's effect was already activated this turn to Raigeki, it won't get rid of the Nibiru when it comes back.
That's fine.
Worth noting. Or was it already tributed this turn? No, I don't think it was. It was just summoned off Mitsurugi Ritual.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go ahead and grab the Mitsurugi Prayers. It is back.
We have double prayers in hand as James. Ooh, that's really good.
James may want to walk this one back again using his Ryzeal cards to play through everything Jeremy established, setting a card and passing for turn.
But it's worth noting, too, that Jeremy still has access to his full Ryzeal engine. Hasn't used a single one of his cards yet. And he hasn't even used his once per duel Habakiri effect, which he's going to do right now in his main phase.
I will use Murakumo.
Go ahead and sacrifice a card to use that Habakiri effect. We're going to get rid of that useless Perulia because we control Nibiru, the Primal Being. It is worth noting, too, by the way, that this Nibiru being in play, I was going to say is a problem, but we're tributing it because I believe Jeremy drew extra Ryzeal for turn.
You definitely need to get rid of those non-level 4 monsters from the field, but good news, Nibiru has been sent home packing.
Yep, and then we see the Kusanagi bringing back the Mitsurugi Ritual. There we see the extra Ryzeal that I talked about, getting rid of the Valen to force out the Mitsurugi Prayers on James's side.
Tributing Murakumo.
Which honestly, this is probably when he wanted to use it anyway, because it's going to be a really powerful Raigeki effect here thanks to Murakumo to get rid of these 2 materials. But we know Jeremy has Mitsurugi Ritual in hand.
Still has to get through that relatively sizable token, but only 2,800 defense is not too bad. Looks like we're going to go ahead and put the Kusanagi in defense mode. Oh, no, excuse me, that's Aramasa.
Yeah.
It's upside down, difficult to see.
No, that's Kusanagi.
Oh, it is Kusanagi,
Yeah,
okay.
you were right the first time. Trust your instincts.
I'd like to go...
I'll believe in the heart of the cards, or at least that card.
Kusanagi, Chain Link 2, targeting the ritual spell. Yeah.
Yep, getting his own ritual back using James's Kusanagi, and then of course Murakumo comes back and also searches for a card. Looks like we're gonna get another copy of Prayers. Yes, we are. And then Murakumo will Raigeki Jeremy's board, but we still have Ritual, and I believe, is that Ice Ryzeal in hand?
I think I saw Sword for sure, and it's wild because it means we haven't dropped down a single Ryzeal card. And we're still playing Mitsurugi, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of a Habakiri or bring on a Habakiri.
And then Habakiri effect when tribute is going to go ahead and search for another Mitsurugi card here. This one will probably be Prayers. And Prayers can bring back Futso, and then Futso can bring back everything else.
Oh, but it looks like we had an illegal activation here. Jeremy does not have a card he can activate from his deck to hand. Just going to be a procedural error, which is a minor warning.
There is no search target for Habakiri, understood.
Yeah, so we just activated effect he couldn't resolve. That's okay. It happens even to the best and brightest duelists.
Yeah.
But that should just be a warning for this unless he's previously received it. Looks like we're fine. So Sword Ryzeal up next.
There we see Sword Ryzeal getting Ice, normal summon Ice Ryzeal here. This will allow him to special summon from the deck a copy of Node Ryzeal.
Okay.
Just getting that out there. I mean, to my knowledge, Jeremy knows that James has no interactions from this point forward. We've already used everything that was known.
This is his moment.
So he's probably just trying to figure out a way to get damage here. Luckily, this Habakiri is reducing everything by 800 attack, but not defense, I believe.
Yep.
But Detonator's pretty big, so he should be able to fight through this board no problem.
Specifically large enough to get through the token just through the battle phase if needed.
I mean, he's actually strong enough to get through the Murakumo.
Yeah.
And but that token does have a lot of attack points, so if you're Jeremy, definitely get rid of it, and Murakumo's going to do it. And there we see James asking if he can concede this game.
Yeah, you ought to. Okay.
Yep, and there we see him scooping it up here. We saw this mentality from James in the round that we saw previously. He knows he's not winning. He's not going to waste his time. He's feeling good. He wants to go first in game 2 and try to get his rhythm back so that way he can take down this whole entire match.
Very important to consider that time because, again, some decks lose life points as part of their strategy. Whether you're Malice or Mitsurugi taking 800 all the time, you do need to think about the clock, and even though there is an extended clock for this, we still have 37 minutes left. Well, if that game takes about the same time, that time will be over before you know it.
But game 1 goes to Jeremy G. What an honest masterclass of what just the Mitsurugi engine can do. He did all of that first turn setup through Perulia, only giving up 1 draw over to James, and thanks to the inclusion of Futsu in his deck, he was able to get a mountain of extra bodies and extra ways to reuse that Murakumo over and over again during James's turn.
So I had an interesting thought. You know, we've discussed before countless times in countless different formats. You know, when Dimensional Barrier is part of the conversation, sometimes you run 2 different types of decks so that you can dodge 1/2 a Dimensional Barrier. Great example is this deck, right? It's got Rituals and Xyz monsters. However, it also has ways to play around both Purulia and Fualos.
Yeah.
Right? You can either go all extra deck or all from deck and really try to bounce between those so you're not giving your opponent a single card. So really strong play from Jeremy, but with people with stats like these, don't doubt it a second.
And once again, we're seeing the power of Mitsurugi Great Purification. I mean, that card was just putting a lockdown on so many of James's cards to the point where he was trying to force it out with things like Balon and his entire Ryzeal engine. He basically had to sacrifice just because Purification was in play, and he could never safely just make Detonator.
I feel like it hadn't been part of the conversation before, but it's really good to see it. I always love when you get to see like every single card, which is, yes, why I get excited when we see Ryzeal Plasma Hole.
Yeah.
But it is nice. All these cards do something different and unique, and so to find a duelist with the creativity that we've seen today, we're like, yeah, you know, I am going to try that trap card out. It's paying off. It really is.
Also, I want to point out that these duelists side decked for 30 seconds, and they are ready to go. They are so confident of their game plan that they just they want to get on with game 2.
Remember how they got here? They had to be the duelists who won the most at events across North America, from regionals to all the OTS events, etc. So yeah, I don't think you need more than 30 seconds. They're like, nah, I know what I'm doing. This is just another day for me.
Oh yeah, especially when that conversation of rhythm comes into mind, especially when you're playing a mirror match. 2 decks that are evenly matched, 2 duelists that are clearly evenly matched. They both deserve to be here. Looks like they're getting ready with their opening hands. Just getting clarification on when they can start.
Yeah, it's not working.
But here we go. Game 2. James v. Jeremy.
Okay.
Just getting, I guess, a bit of a technical difficulty there with the microphone.
Good luck.
But
all right, looks like we got it fixed. So this is wild again. If you're Jeremy, you're one duel away from going to the World Championship. And if you're James, well, you can make it back, but you've got a little bit more work ahead of you.
I'm feeling the heart murmur come back. Oh my goodness, the intensity is electric.
Oh no, I was joking about it earlier, but I'm like, no, this is really difficult to watch. Oh my goodness.
I'll use prayers.
Starting off with prayers, usually a pretty good start.
Yeah,
just guarantees you access to your Mitsu engine. We're not going to be tributing, so we only get one of the effects, and we're going to be getting the search effect to get Habakiri, which will turn on every other part of our deck.
Did peep an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in Jeremy's hand, so it might be about when he wants to use it.
And then really cool play here from James, being like, here's my X immediately after knowing you have Habakiri. Which do you want to stop?
Wow, so using the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring since the Ryzeal Duo Drive was sent to the graveyard, so there's no chain link blocking here. Looks like that is going to get negated unless we drop down something else.
Yeah, that tells me he really, really feels confident in stopping the Mitsu cards, but doesn't feel confident in stopping the Ryzeal cards. But that might not matter, because I think I see a 7 Tachyon in James's hand.
Oh, wow. That is going to change the tempo of this duel for sure. Being able to add any of your necessary combo pieces just by revealing an Xyz monster feels pretty good.
But usually your target for that is X'd, but he'll just be able to get Ice, I believe, instead, and then just normal summon that.
And normal summoning Ice feels pretty good, I'll tell you.
Yeah, usually it does. But we're actually going to start off with the Habakiri here to get access to our Mitsu engine, because that will guarantee us a level 4 depending on what sequence we go for here. We're going to get Ritual here, using Saji's effect when tributed.
Summon from hand.
And then we're going to get Ritual to summon from hand, going to be tributing from the deck. Getting Nexus Serpent, that's going to be that level 4 I was talking about. And then I imagine Kusanagi here to add back either the prayers
so I would like to go
or the Ritual.
Night Sword, Chainlink 1, Kusanagi, Chainlink 2, targeting the Ritual spell.
Yep, we are going to get back Mitsurugi Ritual here because we still have not used the effect to summon from the deck. And now we can use Ritual to tribute our own Habakiri and then get all the value out of that card being tributed as well. But first, we're going to go into, I believe, our first XZ summon of the turn.
Feels appropriate for a Ryzeal Duo Drive, especially considering that we sent a Ryzeal Duo Drive to the graveyard. And yep, that's exactly what we got.
I mean, this is the dance that the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck just does against every single deck in this format. It's like, this engine's scary and this engine's scary. Stop this one, I'm just going to do this one. Oh, couldn't stop both? I guess I'll just do both.
Looks like we are going to make sure to put an Xyz monster in the graveyard. James trying to figure out which is the best combination of cards to put down there. But it is searched 2 times, so the 2 cards will add. It looks like he sort of pre-selected the Ice Ryzeal. See what else he wants to get.
Is this, what summons are we at right here? We have 1, 2, 3. I think this is number 4.
It looks like we're going Sword Ryzeal, and up next, maybe Ice after all. Let's see.
Could be a cross line, so that way we have access to protection. But no, it's going to be Node Ryzeal coming down. And we're just going to special the sword, not trying to play around Nibiru this game, it looks like. I think it's because we know we have so much extension here. Go ahead and use it if you want to. And there was that normal sword we were talking about. And there's the Star Ryzeal. All right, so this will get access to our cross.
Star Ryzeal certainly not always making an appearance in the field, but whenever it's special summon, Set the Field spell feels pretty good and is a great extension off of this Ryzeal Duo Drive line. Now it's a 3 material Xyz, so we're going to get out.
Oh my god,
no.
Evil Swarm Ouroboros, there it is! The Let the Hand Rips begin. Detach 1 and then randomly discard a card from your opponent's hand. I believe that's a 1. It's going to be the farthest left card. It's Futsu coming out of Jeremy's hand.
Not a starter, more of a big boss monster, but it looks like we're also going to...
And now we're going to go into Eclipse Twins, and I believe I know what James is trying to do here. She's trying to summon back that Ouroboros and do it again.
You can, yeah. I mean, the Eclipse Twins will perfectly set it up by putting Ouroboros back on the field. And yes, we are doing that. Using the node, setting the Eclipse Twins, bringing back the Sword Ryzeal, special summoning back Ouroboros with an additional material. And notice that Jeremy still has his hands face down. He knows what's going on. He knows this is about to be another ripped card out of his hand.
And we still have full Mitsurugi combo left in hand with that Mitsurugi Ritual. We're just doing this part in the in-between here. And it's going to be the middle card here. That is Crossout Designator.
Wow.
That would have been super huge for turning off any of the Mitsu Ritual monsters, probably. But here we see the Mitsurugi Ritual tributing our Habakiri, bringing out the Murakumo, using the graveyard or tributing an effect of Habakiri to summon itself back and search for another Mitsu card. This board is insane.
Duelist, are you seeing this? It is wild to see Evil Swarm Ouroboros used on the field. Not once, but twice, and it is getting common because of Eclipse Twins. But it's still crazy to see it at this high level of play. Just casually, yeah, I've got another line for this. Check this out.
I mean, I saw Heraldic Beast Rise resolve this card 3 times in a single turn, and it's just so intense.
Wow. That's all I'm going to say. When you got 3 and you're not playing water, that's insane. It looks like we are passing for turn then.
I did see a Habakiri in Jeremy's hand, so if there's any way to play through this board, that card might do it. But we have Purification. And as we know from Game 1, Purification can just be the ultimate pin of some of the most powerful cards in the Mitsurugi Rizal strategy. So Jeremy definitely needs to keep that in mind. So we're going to use the effect of Cross here to negate on Resolution the Saji, and we're just going to scoop it up. Jeremy's like, yep, I can't play through 2 different kinds of negates, plus a 2-material detonator and Murakumo Raigeki. It's not worth my time. Let's go to Game 3 just like you did.
That's incredible when you think about the fact that both of these semifinals are now going the distance, right? The last semifinal went the distance. This semifinal is going the distance. We are at tournament point for both of these duelists.
And this is what James wants. You know, he wanted to, in that Game 1, just scoop it up. He felt outside of rhythm. He's in Game 2 now. He won. He went first. He did his full fancy Ouroboros combo, and now he's back in rhythm. And now he's so confident going into Game 3. Even though he's not going first, he knows, I know how to win this game going second. He mentioned earlier, I love this deck because it's so good at going second, at breaking boards. He's confident. He just needs to do the dang thing, and he knows he can. And Jeremy needs to kind of come back. He started off really hot, but that was just, he just couldn't do anything about how good James's start was.
Well, I wonder if this is going to be a preview for upcoming events. Remember, we still have the North American World Championship qualifier tomorrow.
Yes.
And for duelists around the world, you know, the European World Championship qualifier will be in just a couple of weeks here. And I'm curious to know if the format evolves, whether or not people learn lessons from today, they'll learn lessons from this weekend. This is some incredible stuff so far, so it's only just about to begin.
Oh yeah, the new Duelist Advanced format is so unique and so fun. And while these, you know, 2 decks have been around for the past few months now, ever since Alliance Insight, something tells me there could be some more exciting stuff to see on the horizon. And both these players, though, are proving, you know, Mitsurugi Rizal is definitely deserving of going to Worlds. Let's see if it can actually get me there.
All right, well, the duelists are getting ready. Take a little bit more time to side deck here. So we're really just 1 duel away, and I don't know if they've been, you know, practicing just for Worlds or if they've been just focused on this moment, but this moment's really here for them. One of them is really going.
Game 2 is so much different than Game 3.
Yeah.
Game 3 is a different animal. And so just taking that little bit of extra time, that little bit of extra thought to be like, I know my game plan, right? Right?
I'd hope so. Maybe. But nice little pile shuffle at the end. Beautiful Team YCS sleeves there. And yeah, just kind of getting ready for this last moment. This is your sacred ritual, right? Speaking of great purifications, you just shuffle that deck one last time and just hope that it all comes out right.
And one interesting way to do it, too, we saw like the absolute masterclass of the Mitsurugi engine in Game 1, and then we saw the absolute masterclass and full-on power ceiling of the Rizal engine in Game 2, what with that hand rip effect of Ouroboros. So really excited to see how we can mix the 2 together in this Game 3, maybe.
That Ouroboros is incredible. And remember, that's just one of 3 effects, by the way. Imagine you like need to take 2 monsters. You just do it. I'll steal this, and then we'll send to the graveyard, I'll steal that.
There are situations where you don't want to rip a card out of your opponent's hand, I suppose.
It's definitely some good stuff here, but it's like we are just Jeremy wishing him good luck, but he is going to go ahead and go first. So it is Jeremy's last first turn.
The last hurrah. The winner of this match, Game 3, will join Julian in Paris, France this August. Will it be James or will it be Jeremy?
I was going to say no thoughts, only cards, because here we go. This is really it. These are the moves that matter most of all. Everything has led to this. Every car, road trip, every plane ticket, every regional. Here we go.
And there we see Mitsurugi players with no tribute. We saw this happen last game, and it went really well for James. Let's see if it will go equally well for Jeremy. There we see Fua in response to Habakiri effect. That is a guaranteed draw because it does get summoned from the deck before it gets tributed if he tributes the same monster. It's summoned and then tributed. He just skipped a little bit of a step there. No worries, Jer.
Everybody knows what's going on. We've all been dueling with these cards for quite a while. But now we're going to see the X Rizal.
Jeremy's like, hey, I like the way you did stuff last turn. Start Habakiri and then go X. I think I'll do the same.
Oh, but getting the aggregator this time. likely to attach it to a detonator so that you have the ability to negate and destroy. Kind of separate, not exactly at the same time.
Mitsurugi Ritual, it will summon from hand, not from the deck. You get those double tributes here. Definitely wants to hold off on giving him that extra Fua draw if he can.
Right now, the math is good, right? He lost to Fualos, he gained a card, but it's basically like just facing an opponent with a 5-card hand. You just have to figure out how to play through without increasing the number of those cards.
He tributed the Murakumo from his deck, and now he's going to use Mitsurugi Mirror to ritual summon it from the graveyard and play around Molcharming Fualos and still get access to Habakiri's tribute effect. That is a really cool heads-up play from Jeremy there.
Just aghast at how good these duelists are, but we are going to go ahead and get the Mitsurugi Prayers and then special summon the Habakiri. It was properly ritual summon. We're going to see Sword Rise Eel. Of course, we are getting locked in, but I feel like we've gotten our level 8s out of the way.
Yeah, and right now we might give up, 1 or 2 more draws to Fua, but we can still fully set up, which I think Jeremy is more than happy to make that trade-off for.
Feels like where we put our duo drive out.
I mean, he already kind of has everything. Going for Detonator here feels really safe and denies another Fua draw, too. Like, Aggregator plus a triple material Detonator feels like more than enough, plus the Purification, plus I believe the known prayers, and the Murakumo, and another mysterious set card.
I would like to use Nibiru.
Ooh.
Oh, but we have the Nibiru, the Primal Being.
At first I expected the duo drive, but whether it's duo drive or detonator, it doesn't matter with Nibiru, the Primal Being coming down. And while tributing those monsters is good, you've already used their effects, so you're going to get a little bit of a downgrade here with a big old token.
You could chain Detonator here just to blow it up, and like deny some attack points and stats, but
no Eclipse Twins, that's not going to help.
I mean, it does deny the stats, which I think is...
True.
Well, no, you get the token, so you don't want to deny the stats. Usually it's the other way around. You would, like, pop your own.
All right, well, let's think for just a moment here.
Yeah, not...
Because the Murakuma's effect was activated, so we're going to see what the cost is. So he's going to go ahead and discard the Night Sword Serpent in order to sort of get this through.
I'm pretty sure he can't chain any of these cards that he set.
Yeah, because that would we're already resolving at this point.
Yeah, we're at the end of the main phase 1 essentially. Yep, we're just gonna let it get tributed. This will be a gigantic token though. I think it's like 16 plus 15, 41 defense, and 52, 76 attack. We will get Mirror's effect to activate. I believe it just shuffles back in the deck.
Okay. Yep.
We're just double checking how it works.
Everything's fine. Definitely the time to double check though with a trip on the line like this.
And it is worth noting that I believe Murakumo will not summon back as it was ritual summon thanks to Mirror. And then we have pre-prep rights. Oh my gosh, it was a bluff from Jeremy.
Wow! So setting the normal spells, ending the main phase, expecting there to be the Primal Being, and then being like, hey, I can continue my main phase. So this is a normal spell, by the way.
Is Mirror a hard once per turn? Each effect, yeah. So you can only ritual summon it with it once. Okay. So we could not get that Futsu in play currently. I don't think. I could be wrong. Let's find out together. And I believe Murakumo doesn't come back, right? Because it was tributed again.
That's correct. That's correct. And so, yeah, you cannot use that. Jeremy's certainly reticent of it past his turn. James draws, and let's see what we get out next. Going to go ahead and drop down the Mitsurugi Prayers.
I will not be paying the cost. That's fine.
Okay, so no additional cost here from Prayers. We're just going to be searching the Habakiri, the classic Prayer Search Habakiri line that we've seen time and time again.
Perfect.
Certainly a match made in the heavens. We are going to go ahead and reveal, looking for a response from Jeremy. He's considering his options. This is where it gets heated. Every single move they make is 1 mile closer practically to Paris.
Looks like it is Saji. Yep.
Contributing to Bureau.
Yep. Classic, just to make sure we have access to our X later. And we already have 2 guaranteed level 4s, which means we have a guaranteed duo drive if we want it. We know that James plays 2, which is worth noting.
Depending on what's face down, this may be it. I'm not trying to call the game before it happens, but you imagine you just keep going and going. But it's Droll and Lockbird. Never mind, pull this over.
There it is. Droll and Lockbird are going to be stopping James from searching for the rest of the deck. And there we see our own prayers. We could tribute the Futsu that's in our hand too and get like a lot of value, but we might just also summon back, get back the Murakumo and just tribute the board. Sorry, Regaki the board. That feels pretty good to me.
Yeah, that is fine.
We haven't normal summoned if we're James, but we still have Purification if we're Jeremy.
Jeremy trying to be as aggressive as possible, not let a single Xyz monster show up.
Detonator, Murakumo,
I believe this token is 7,600 attack and 4,100 defense.
224 is 86 attack.
Oh, I was 1,000 off.
I'll write it down. 86.
It's okay, we went to Duel Academy, not math school.
Defense 18 plus 25 is 43.
43.
Plus 800 is
51.
defense.
I thought
So
Hapakiri had
it's,
800. It has 1,800 defense.
51.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
8,600 attack, 5,100 defense. Giant token in defense mode.
That's a big rock.
No, we were just
Yeah, so
stats of the team name token.
Yeah, so yeah, it's 86.
Oh, they
attack
thought it
and
was life points?
51
That's funny.
defense.
That's cute. That's fun.
Lot of numbers.
We didn't have to.
I believe both players are at 7,200 life points because I believe prayers was activated for both players this game.
Yeah, 800.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
correct, and then we should be updating
Oh,
the
yeah, I can't
stats
hear
on
you.
screen as well.
Everyone forgets prayers. It
Yeah,
happens all the time. They're like, it has 3 effects. It must have a crazy cost.
Like
Just pay 100 life points.
summon.
It's not even pay 800, it's take 800.
That's true. That's true.
Which is weird because weird situations, imagine you activate a Rainbow Life and you're just going to gain life instead of take damage. That's fine. You can activate at 400 life points. Weird stuff. Don't need to know that now as we activate Mitsurugi Rate Purification.
Oh my gosh! Oh my
Take
gosh!
the
There
token!
it is! Take the token! 8,600 attacks for
No
attack order. There
way!
it is! Oh my gosh!
James tributes all of Jeremy's monsters for Nibiru the Primal being token and takes that token back. Before it even passes the board, Jeremy concedes the duel. And James says that was genuinely a really good match, and it was.
That's the craziest way I think I've ever seen someone win a game before.
You obviously haven't played those games where Nibiru tokens are your ending field. I play a lot of those decks, and I have been smacked by a token, but never in a way where somebody went to Paris afterwards.
James literally said, how much attack does that token have? I was like, I wonder why he's asking that question. Is he going to try to attack over with something? What's he going to attack over with? No, he wants to use it to win the game.
Wow, that is one way to turn your opponent's monsters against them, and James is just absorbing it. Look at the emotions there. Humble, happy, not even sure, but just I won the duel and just good Yu-Gi-Oh! Wow,
I mean,
just incredible.
I think he's like me. He can't believe it. I was like,
You did it?
Of all the things, me and Jeremy are on the same wavelength. He's like, oh yeah, I guess you can do that.
Wow, that means that following Julian, we know our second North American representative in the World Championship.
And his name is James Markowitz.
His name is James Markowitz. Wow, and remember the energy on this one just a little bit different than the last duel, just card for card, just to the end. Great, but different Yu-Gi-Oh! And now James is made. I am so excited to hear from him because that was so stunning.
I'm aghast. Now we know why Triple Tactics talent is limited to 1 because moments like that happen.
Oh yeah, excuse me, I just need that token real fast. I promise you I'll give it back.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, wow.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you can't ask for a better way to go to Paris, I don't think. That was just... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm unintelligible right now. In no way did I think that turn was going to go that way.
It definitely is the commentator's curse. You're like, there's this and there's that and this. Oh, wait a sec. This game's just over. Okay.
Yeah, the game is just over. In case you guys didn't know, let me just show you. Oh.
And I see Jeremy, and obviously these two duelists to get this far in the tournament against some of the most stacked list of competitors with multiple YCS tops, UDS champions, all these different wins. They still made it this far. So Jeremy, I know we're going to see him again very soon.
And we heard James talking earlier, too, about how much grinding he had to do this year to get to this position. And you can tell it paid off. You could tell he was in his rhythm. He felt confident, and his deck delivered. It gave him the Triple Tactics talent that sealed the game, and that was just...
That's Heart of the Cards. You know, we talk about it. People are like, I don't believe in the Heart of the Cards. So calm down, Seto Kaiba, because if you don't put it in your deck, it's not there. And there are duelists who are like, you know, it's only the one Triple Tactics talent. It's so random. I always draw it like at an off time. I'm not going to use that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad James did because that punched his ticket to the World Championship. Oh, good Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, if you're watching at home right now and you're not typing in the chat, I was here, I don't know what you're doing. I'm here for this right now, and I just want to scream it from the top of my lungs. That was beautiful. James played amazingly. Like you said, Jeremy, it did as well. And so did every single person that participated in today's WQP. We had amazing names like Adichie, like Jeffrey Jones, like Jib, like George Lucas Sacco. So many amazing players. And James and Julian are going to Worlds with the points playoffs. Love it.
Well, you know what's so wild about this? We still don't know who the 4 compatriots they'll have go with them. There's still craziness to happen this weekend.
We still have a whole tournament after today. That's crazy.
This is day 0. This ain't even the real thing. I mean, it is the real thing, but it is not the main event that we'll be having tomorrow, and that's just insane. Well, this will be the last time we throw to the stage, so why don't we do it together? You ready, Steven?
Oh, I want to hear what James has to say so badly.
All right, Stevens, let's go to the stage.
Thank you very much, Steven and Steven. James, congratulations, you're going to Worlds. Give it up, everybody, for our 2nd North American representative. I want to talk about that last duel and specifically the final moments, the one of Triple Tactic Talents to take it. Walk me through your thoughts in the final play.
So my hand was actually really bad. I had a Kusanagi node and then a thrust, which was also dead because of the droll. So after that happened, I just thought, okay, what is my win con here? Okay, it's taking the token and just trying to attack for game, because I knew that if I used the ritual spell to summon from deck, he would have to, negate it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to negate anything again. And if my hand was actually playable, I could just kill him through that if he didn't negate it, so he was forced to.
Well, I love hearing your thought process, because last time I interviewed you, you mentioned how much you've been grinding, how it's helped you just be able to play out these moments smoothly. And I want to go back to the beginning of your year's journey. You grinded a lot of regionals to get to this point. What do you think you would have said if I went back in time a year from now and said, you're going to Worlds?
I guess I would have been pleasantly surprised.
Pleasantly surprised is a good way to put it. Well, James, you gave a lot of shout outs to a lot of people the first time that I introduced you onto the stage. I want to give you a chance to shout them all out, because I'm sure that they're all happy for you and cheering you on right now.
Yeah, I just want to shout out everyone who has been cheering me on. Like, there's too many people to name. Like, everyone has just been amazing.
All right, shout out to everybody, especially on the team that helped you prepare for this. Again, everybody, give it up for James. He's going to be repping our region proudly at the World Championships. Congratulations on that, but stick around because we're going to have to give you your prizes. But before then, back to the casters.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists.
We're just clapping back here because it's just a standing ovation for great dueling. That is wild. If you traded a single card to James, you are part of just that story of getting him to the stage and sending him to Paris, France to represent North America at the World Championship. Just wow.
And if you ever want to know the difference between people like me and people like James, he saw the Triple Tactic Talent play and was like, oh, that's my win condition. I saw it and went, ain't no way he thought of that. Oh no, he did the whole time. That was his game plan from day one. That's why he wasn't shocked when it happened. He's like, I planned for this, I made it happen, and now he's going to Paris.
Just great levels of experience. And it shows you why the caliber of duelists that we see at the World's qualifying points playoff, obviously everybody in the main event is very good too, but these are duelists who have topped consistently again and again and again, so it's a real treat to watch. It's just gorgeous. Great Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, it's the best. And I believe, in celebration of some of the best players, we have a little bit of a prize presentation to do for you guys back over the stage.
Okay, yeah, let's throw it to the stage one more time to see some prizes.
Everybody live here at the Indianapolis Convention Center, please give it up for our first 2 North American representatives at the WCS. And to officially give them their prize, please also welcome head judge Manny. All right, give it up one more time for our 2 North American representatives. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to our Friday broadcast of the North American World Championship Qualifier Points Playoff. It was a fantastic kickoff to the weekend, but don't forget, we have more coming up because the official North American World Championship Qualifiers begins tomorrow with the Swiss stage. Thousands of duelists have traveled from around the country to attend for 4 final spots at the World Championships, which will be crowned on Sunday to close out the weekend. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. We will see you again tomorrow.